last time, I've heard people refer to last stream as cursed. Because for anyone who missed it, we got off to an hour-and-a-half late start because it turns out that my save had gotten, we thought, deleted, because I had to reinstall Windows that week, like the day before. So folks were frantically rebuilding my save while I stalled, playing flute, singing, and generally getting into shenanigans. But then we got the game going with a save that they made for me, which was great until it crashed an hour-and-a-half later, and I was like, well, I can't do this. Yes, it was like filibustering, except there was no evil politician involved on either side, to my knowledge. If anyone who isn't familiar with the concept of filibustering from American politics, it sure is a thing. But yeah, so you will all be glad to know that Tough Stuff My laptop died again on Wednesday, and I was like, oh no, this is the same thing that happened like a month and a half ago. So I tried to reinstall Windows again, which had the fun side effect of deleting the save that actually we did find that was my original save. And then it wouldn't turn on, and it was a problem. And then I brought it to Best Buy the next day because it was under warranty. And they were like, we can't look at it unless you buy a second service plan. Oh, but it's turning on, so you're good. So Tough Stuff was working, I think. I don't know. I don't know, friends. I don't know. Spamtron has clearly cursed my computer. So I don't know what's gonna happen, but I have to put a special shout out to Jessen. I actually don't know if you have the S as a S or a Z because it can go either way, but my friend, thank you so much for yesterday rebuilding the entirety of the same save, including, look, do you see my timestamp? Do you see my incredible timestamp? Isn't that incredible? I am delighted. Unvoiced. Okay, Jessen. Okay. Well, thank you for making that happen. It is a lot of time. Just in case anyone here has never seen me stream before, please take the timestamp as a caution, as a precautionary note. I am slow. I like to talk about things in the game and outside the game. I just want to say, like, I've gotten some really awesome, like, heartfelt, thoughtful, sweet, introspective, supportive, or, like, self-exploratory comments on YouTube. I have been really, really bad about responding to them, and by that I mean I haven't responded to them, but I've read them, and they make my day, and sometimes I, like, click my heels together in delight when I get them, and I'm gonna try really hard this week to go through and respond to all of them. But if you left a comment, please know that I appreciate you, and especially if you're one of the people who's like been like thinking through something big. Part of why I haven't responded is because I'm like, oh, these are big things to think through. I gotta respond. Hold on, it's Zena. Where did you get that lore? Where did you get that lore? I need that lore talk bubble. Where did that come from? That's the best emote I've ever seen. I love it. I love it. It encompasses both talking and lore, two of my favorite things. It's okay, Matt. Yes, I've put over 30 hours into this game, which I think actually... No, but that's between both chapters. So I refuse to take full responsibility for that being longer than I think it took me to do Undertale. I don't know how long it took me to do Undertale. I'm sorry, Chrono. Well, it's good to have you. Anyway, so that's the long and short of it. We don't know for sure what's going to happen with my computer, but I have a new, fresh version of Deltarune that I downloaded this morning, I think. I think it's the most up-to-date one. Maybe I downloaded it this week. Either way, it's updated. It's the 0.7 instead of 0.6, which is what we had last time. And it's a brand new save. It's new. So it shouldn't be glitched or broken or causing problems. It's a forced Source quality day. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to be a Twitch partner. So that you guys could have the freedom to choose how intense you wanted the stream to be. Alas, that didn't happen this time, but we could conceivably make it happen in the future. Oh, it does say 1.07. Oh, look, you can see it in the corner. Look at that. I don't even have to tell you about that. Undertale was somewhere over 20 hours. All right, well, look. I spent 12 hours in Chapter 1, so that means I've only spent 18 hours in Chapter 2. Oh man, posture check. All right, I've got a redeemed posture check. My posture is checked. All right, folks. And you should also check your posture. Shoulders back. I'm also scared about crashes, but we're gonna do our best, folks, okay? Cross your fingers, because I have had some really rough technological difficulties. More than, like, has happened in a very long time. Not since the days of Earthbound, when we wondered whether my laptop's power supply would last through every individual stave, have we all been at the edge of our seats so much about whether I will be able to continue playing the game during the stream. Oh man. Checked with a blue check mark. So Chapter 1 is short, and so am I, but it's not my streaming. I don't know. Anyway, so long story short, that's the background of like what happened last time. The queen is trying to keep me from beating the game because she wants me to stay in the game, which is fair. I enjoy staying in the game. I swear to God, I'm not stalling. Like I don't know if it looks like at the outside, but I'm like, I want to have as many Deltarune streams as possible. No, I'm gonna talk for 40 minutes about Birdly and the fact that it is unhealthy for children to be raised with a fixed mindset instead of a growth mindset. So can we please rethink what is going on with my camera? Like my shirt is like flickering. Am I going into space? I don't know. Hi, Doug. Well, good luck. Thank you for coming by. I wanna keep in touch more. I've been really bad about keeping in touch with friends. See, I'm sorry, all of you who leave YouTube comments, you're not the only ones that I'm really having a hard time keeping in touch with. I'm also not keeping up with my friends like I would like to. So, anyway, yes, Drum Ultimate is my friend Doug, the fantastic musician who has done a lot of good Undertale music. Doug, when are we doing another cover? Can we do a cover, please, friend? Probably Red Dress. I think that's probably what it is. Oh my god. Okay, Doug, please. Yes, let's talk. I miss talking to you. You are a totally rad human. Oh, Musical Mytho. I'm glad that you liked the Discord. Yeah, so for everybody who wants to join our Discord, you're more than welcome to do so. We have a very friendly Discord community. Do I have to change shirts? Do I have to like go off screen and change shirts so that my camera stops doing this? Oh my god. Can you live with the flickering? I'm just gonna like disappear and reappear with like a wardrobe change. I'll like hide in my closet and put on like, I don't know. Hold on, that's gonna bug me. And if it's gonna bug me, it'll probably bug you. But yeah, so I'm gonna just fix this in my camera. Just ignore me and my camera. So the thing with Birdly is that Birdly is still a child. And so consequently, I, as a full-grown adult, am more comfortable with cutting him some slack. Hold on, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna turn off the auto white balance. That might do it. All right, let's see how that goes, shall we, folks? Hello, Gellert Greer. Hello and welcome. Yes, so Birdly is a child. He is young enough that I do not fully hold him accountable for some of his way of being. I think that he is old enough that you should hold him accountable for his actions. Ah, thank you, Ampy. All right. So if I am a little bit behind, no, that's not what we want. Wait, did they change? Oh no, please don't have changed. Oh, I can't handle it. Sorry, folks, but it seems like they might have changed the setup of timing on the audio. Hold on. How do I do this? Why did they change it? Oh, okay, I figured it out. Please let me know how it goes. Are we in time? Okay, good. Thank you. I had to figure out where the time settings were because apparently Streamlabs OBS has updated a bit. Thank you so much. I find it interesting that we have to do that. Maybe I'll do that at the start of every single stream. I'll just start singing along with things and we can time it. Yeah, before we dive in a little bit, let's talk a little bit about Birdly and Spamton because those are like still some of the more interesting things that have happened recently. And then we will dive into the game. But look, I'm not running up my timer. Also, hello to everybody who dropped by and said hello, you are here now. Let me go ahead and just, as I was mentioning our Discord, before we dive into anything here, especially because I'm about to talk about things that happen in the game, if you would like to talk spoilers, if you would like to talk backseating, if you would like to talk speculation about post-Chapter 2 stuff, or hint at things that we don't know about yet, because you know what happens through the end of Chapter 2, there is a place where you can do that. Can you tell me how to get to spoiler chat? If you go to our Discord and ask the mods to let you into spoiler chat, they will give you the role. If that is, by the way, I am actively soliciting feedback. If that is something that stresses you out, the thought of having to ask a mod for permission to be in there, I can change it so that spoiler chat is a thing people opt out of instead of opt into. It's been the topic of some conversation on our Discord, so I would welcome input from those of you who are in that position. And you can message me or tag a mod or anything like that. And I promise I am exactly as scary as you think I am, which is to say, hopefully not at all. So yeah, again, no talking about things that are going to happen in Chapter 2. Please don't talk about things that aren't going to happen in Chapter 2, because then when I hear you talk about them not happening in Chapter 2, I know that they're not going to happen. So when in doubt, err on the side of keeping it to spoiler chat instead of Lauren sees it chat. Thank you, Jessen. Drive safely. Jessen, sorry. I'm gonna try better with pronouncing names. But yeah, so we can talk about stuff that I've experienced, yes, as long as you can be careful to keep from pulling in stuff I haven't seen or speculation about things later. So be careful, but I trust you to do your best. No, Nico, you haven't. I'm still doing my little preamble thing. Yeah, no, so the thing with Birdly is because I am an adult, I am in a position where I can say Birdly is a child. He's a teenager, but he's still technically a kid. His brain is forming. I think he should be held accountable for his actions, and I think that he should face consequences. I'm not a big fan of punishment as consequences, but I think you can have like restorative justice focused consequences. And I think that sort of thing can be valuable if you do it right, so that he doesn't view himself as a martyr, but comes to understand kind of the effect that he's had on other people, and that he can't get away with it, that he will be stopped. Like, I think you could use that kind of treatment to address his problems before he becomes an adult, while he's young and not yet as set in his ways. And he does change. Oh, Tara, do I call it? Shoot! Wrong button. Don't drop the controller. I dropped the controller. Okay. So what we have seen most recently in the chapter is Birdly has kind of been having to face some of his actions, and he's not quite there. He's not quite willing to let go of where he's been. But I think he's beginning to come around, and I do think we'll see some changes in him. And again, because he's younger, and I think we'll have more positive influences, I think that we will see, especially in additional chapters, I think we will see growth in Birdley. I think we will see him be obnoxious, but not in a harmful way, which I will take. Especially because a lot of times people chill out and become a little less annoying as they get older, I feel. So the thing with Birdley and his archetype is that part of why I think a lot of us have a really strong negative reaction to him is because he's based on a real world kind of person, and particularly a real world kind of person who was really a very, in a lot of ways, a really like toxic and destructive force on the internet for a period of, I would say that people like Birdley really started showing up in force like in like 2005. And continued having a lot of presence until I guess like 2016. When did Gamergate happen? And so I feel like honestly, 2014, thank you, Smash Matt. Birdley is interesting because I think in a way his being here is potentially going to be kind of cathartic for those of us who lived through that and were present and involved with like online nerdy spaces when people like Birdley were at their absolute worst and people's lives were actually being destroyed by that. Because like it's not just annoying trolls on the internet, it's not just an obnoxious teenager who's making the rest of his classmates feel bad. Like there were actual consequences for real people's real lives, and we're still feeling the ripple effects of some of those consequences now. Yes, so Gamergate has kind of shifted, though there have been a few changes as it has kind of grown and morphed into something worse. Surprise, surprise, if you haven't heard me talk about it before, I have opinions and feelings about that, and I'm not on the side of Gamergate. And I'm not saying that the people did go away, but there were young people who got pulled into that, and I think Birdley has more in common with them than the older like ringleaders who caused the harm. And so there is something valuable in remembering that people can be changed and can be redeemed. And a lot of people struggle with the idea of redemption for characters in fictional stories who commit what would be a grave and terrible sin in the real world. Like there's been a lot of controversy surrounding the idea of a redemption arc whatsoever. Like, and so, like, well, it's not the gamer lingo, it's the gatekeeping, it's the need, there's a lot of the gatekeeping and that sort of thing. But yeah, so redemption arcs are controversial somewhat, and I recognize this, and we're going to talk a little bit about that, and I'm going to be very careful, because to talk about a redemption arc in a piece of recent media is to spoil that piece of media, and I don't wish to spoil things for people who haven't seen them, but I do think there's some interesting stuff to be said. But we can talk about Undertale. We're here playing Deltarune. I assume it's safe to talk about Undertale things. I've heard people have a lot of issues. I do on the grass. Welcome. I've heard people have issues with Asgore, and I've heard people have issues with Asriel. For example, there is a YouTube commenter who I know is really unhappy with Asriel in particular, at least as he appears in Undertale. And I feel like there is a difference between characters in fiction and people in real life. I do believe in restorative justice rather than punitive justice, which is to say that I believe in giving people opportunities to change and trying to heal harm that's done and prevent additional harm rather than focusing on punishing harm. Because I feel like punishing harm, scientifically, according to research, is proven not to reduce harm, not to prevent people from committing crimes or harm again, doesn't help a community, and if anything, indulging in our need for revenge, I think kind of brings out the worst in humanity. So, like, frankly, if your goal is for the world to be better, which is my goal, you should look into restorative justice. Look into how ineffective punishment-focused justice is in actually reducing harm. If harm reduction is your focus, it should be on how can you rehabilitate people. And so I think it's really, really good to have redemptive arcs, because I think that it is super, super, super important not to let our urge to see people punished for what they've done wrong cloud our judgment in creating a better world. And so I think that if people are incapable of changing, I think that they should be put in a situation in which they are not able to hurt people. I think if people are capable of changing and they have hurt people, they should go ahead and stay away from the people who they have hurt in the past. For example, we'll take my ex-boyfriend from high school, who is very, very abusive and destructive to me. Reached out to me last year on Facebook, sent me a message. I did not read that message. I didn't delete it, because you never know when you need to have something like that to reference it. I think it was meant to be an apology. If so, he is disrespecting my boundaries, which indicates to me he hasn't changed. But even if he has changed, I don't have to face that. I don't have to forgive him. I don't have to deal with that. I don't owe him an apology, and I don't owe him my time. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have to, as far as I'm concerned, he ceases to exist. But for other people, if he has truly changed, and I genuinely hope he has truly changed, other people can take the new him in that case. Those other people can support him, and he can hopefully do good and make up for the harm that he caused to me and to other people. That, I believe very strongly that people should change, and they should be given a chance to change, but they don't have to be given that chance by the people that they harmed. But yeah, preventing people from doing harm and punishing people are things that I think we should disconnect. And Tara, if you are in a place where you are not able to forgive people, I respect that, because I was in that place for a very long time. I used to get very, very angry when people talked about the value of forgiveness. I was like, you don't get to tell me that I have to forgive him for what he did. You don't get to tell me that I shouldn't still be angry. You don't get to tell me that I should make it okay. Because it's not okay that it happened. It isn't. I can understand the massive childhood trauma that led him to be the way he was. I can understand how he was playing out the violence that had been enacted upon him as a small and vulnerable child. I can understand all of that. But nobody has the right to tell me that I need to forgive him. Now, for me, I have let that go as far as my everyday life. If he were to show up, for example, on my channel, though, I would ban him and tell him to go away. And I have the right to do that. I thought about that now that I'm something of a public figure. But there's a reason why, if we're trying to have justice, the people who are on the jury should not be in any way connected to the case. There's a reason why those who are harmed don't get to determine the consequences for the person who has done the harming. Because again, if you want justice, you can't do that. That's not where justice comes from. That's where revenge comes from. And revenge doesn't build a healthier society, and it doesn't heal harm. So if you're, Tara, if you are at a place where you're like, I just can't forgive people, that's okay. I'm not going to take that from you, and I'm not going to tell you that you don't have the right to be like that, and I'm not going to tell you you shouldn't be like that, because you've got to protect yourself, and if that is what is keeping you safe, do it. It's all right. That's fine. Don't listen to the world telling you you have to forgive people, because you don't. I think that it is very important to kind of begin to separate your own feelings towards forgiveness and anger for the people who have hurt you and an understanding of society at large, and kind of start to disconnect those. Cognitive dissonance can actually be a helpful thing sometimes, in which we can separate our own feelings from our knowledge of what makes the world better, and have both of those things coexist. So you can still be angry and not forgive people, but also understand that, restorative justice is generally a better tactic for the world at large. And I would recommend working towards that instead of feeling like you have to forgive people, because you don't. So yeah, that's kind of my thought on that. So we're talking about the characters. No, Frost Noble, that's not a type of revenge. That's called enforcing boundaries. And you have every right in the world to say your right to exist stops at your right to hurt me. And so that's my that's something that I think people oh, thanks, Nico. I didn't think I was going to have a serious talk at the beginning of this stream, but you know, this is how it goes here. No, like, I think that people have a very hard time with the concept of boundaries, and we think about boundaries as being selfish. We think about boundaries like you don't have the right to tell someone that they don't have to talk to you. Like, I have worked very hard to establish boundaries. On the subject of boundaries, I'm very careful in public talking about some of my experiences with abuse in my life, because some of those stories aren't my stories to tell. Some of them are. But either way, like know that I'm coming at this from a place of more experience, perhaps, than I'm necessarily willing to go into in detail in public, and that's fine. I have the right to disclose exactly as much information as I wish to. But suffice to say that I did not feel I had the right to enforce boundaries for much of my life. And I didn't feel that I could say, this is hurting me, and you need to stop doing that, and if you don't stop, then I will remove this situation, whether that's removing me from this situation or removing you from this situation. But you have the right to do that. Like, for example, a friend of mine pointed out to me recently as I was dealing with kind of fallout from some situations. She was like, you realize you don't owe these people your attention. You don't have to read their emails to you or listen to their phone calls. Like, they're hurting you. You've drawn a line that is a boundary, and you do not owe them your time or your attention. Just don't listen. Just don't. Just don't. You can do that. And it was revolutionary for me. Last year, she said that to me, and I was like, oh, I don't. And obviously, like, you know, within reason. Like, boundaries are important, and you do get to say, no, you don't get to hurt me. It doesn't matter how sad or in pain or desperate or reliant on you the other person is. With the exception of, like, reliance, if you have a child who is reliant on you, that is a relationship for you to take seriously. That has different rules, because children are completely dependent on the adults in their lives. And so that is a dependency that is not necessarily an unhealthy dependency. But by and large, like, if someone is hurting you, no matter how damaged they are, no matter how sorry you feel for them or how much you love them, you don't have to allow yourself to be hurt. I've had a lot of problems with that when I was, you know, as a teenager on the internet. I had another teenager on the internet who was really creepy talk about how he wanted to kidnap me and all the things he would do to me if he could kidnap me, but he was sad and depressed and alone and going through a whole lot. And talking to me was one of the few things that made him feel better, so I just would sit there and take it. That's not okay. So, like, it doesn't matter how, I mean, that's the sort of thing where, like, it's very, like, for us looking at this, especially for those of us who are adults with some perspective, like, it's a very cut and dry thing where that's bad. I didn't even know him, really, so I didn't owe him that, but I thought I did. That is how little I respected my own right to boundaries. This was a person that I befriended in an online community when I was, like, 15. I owed him nothing at all, but I felt as though I didn't have the right to say, this makes me uncomfortable. I know you're sad. I know you say you depend on this to feel better, but that's not okay. And I did eventually try to block him, and of course, as those people frequently do, he started IP spoofing to try to get around my blocks. Because people who don't respect boundaries have a hard time with boundaries. But take that as, like, a cut and dry example, but it can be as simple as somebody that you love, kind of, like for example, if someone is threatening self-harm or something if you don't give them what they want, that's not your fault, and you don't have that obligation. You can enforce that boundary and say, I love you and I don't want you to hurt yourself, but I also have to protect myself. So in a lot of ways, so that's kind of like the danger of not enforcing your boundaries. Because I tell you this story now and you're like, wow, but at the time I didn't realize that was upset. And so this is something we had a chat on Discord with some of our community members dealing with some like traumatic and difficult experiences. And as various people were sharing stories, other people were like, because when something is normalized for you, you don't realize sometimes how harmful they are. So there can be value in gaining that perspective. But yes, so I tell that story not to shock you, but to be as an example of boundaries. And this is part of why, for me, enforcing boundaries is very important. And Frost Noble, it does get very complicated with things like that. Because the thing is, a person who is in a bad place, who takes an action, it is not the fault of the other person for not giving them what they wanted. It is never your fault if you are trying to take care of yourself and someone else does harm because of that. And it is hard. It is hard. And when it comes to forgiveness, when it comes to that sort of thing, there's no black and white answer. It is such a gray area. It depends on the harm done. It depends on how the boundaries were expressed. It depends on the relationship. So much depends on the specifics that you can't just say, this is my rule across the board. But I think it is worth investigating how you feel, thinking about your experiences, and at least visiting these ideas for yourself. But so all of this is stuff in our real lives. But if we look at characters in fiction, I think that one of the difficulties that people have been having in fiction lately has been, as we as a society, and I'm saying this like I think generally as like English-speaking folks on the internet. English may not be your first language, but I hear this talked about in communities that I'm able to understand, and I only speak English, unfortunately. But I feel like as we have gotten better at saying we deserve boundaries, as we have gotten better at speaking about our own experiences and what harms us, as the idea of a content warning has become more normalized, and I think there's value in content warnings. I try to put them if I create something where I'm talking about something that is potentially a touchy subject. Just to be like, hey, heads up, this is happening, because there's content that I can't consume or that I must consume with content or with caution. As those kinds of conversations have happened, and we've started looking at problematic creators and things in stories that don't get challenged, in which like it's kind of normalized and okay for these bad things to happen. I think that the complication that has arisen from that is the idea that what happens in a story needs to reflect our real world values and how we would act or feel if that happened in the real world, if that happened with somebody that we know. Whereas I think there's a lot of value in stories exploring things that would never get explored in our real life, like making us sympathize with characters we couldn't necessarily sympathize with as real people, by understanding and being in the shoes of this like exaggerated figure in a wholly fictional, larger than life context. I think that can be very good for us. So the thing with Luca Blight and redemption arcs, I don't think he could, because the way that he is not a character who is going to change or be redeemed. He's the sort of person that you take away from being able to hurt people, you know? Tara is reminding me to drink water. Redeemed hydrate, you should drink some water too. So for example, take Azriel, a literal child whose conscience and ability to determine right from wrong has been removed from him. He does not, as Flowey, spoilers, as Flowey, he does not have that innate sense of right and wrong. He does not have that conscience, that feeling. Does that excuse the harm that he does? It doesn't make it okay that those things happened, but it is, I think, essential consequence or essential context for understanding that situation. As soon as he gets his soul back, as soon as he becomes Azrael again and confronts the weight of what he's done, then he feels the feelings that the true him would feel in that situation. And so, like, I think that's really interesting. Yes, and yes, Luca Blight is grounded in realism. He's in a way a force of nature, but what makes him terrifying is that he's a force of nature that is very, very human. And I think that's what makes him different than Kafka. I think that he fits the scale of the stories. That's, by the way, Suikoden. We're talking about Suikoden 2, which is one of my favorite games of all time. I just streamed through the ending, beat it a couple of weeks ago. So if that's something you're interested in, the Suikoden games, the first two are extraordinary. I am actually an English major. I have an MFA in creative writing. That's a Master's of Fine Arts, so it's technically a terminal degree in storytelling, and writing. So this is something that I'm really passionate about. And so, like, I'll talk about story, but also I just have a very, very, very strong personal interest in, like, psychology and human nature and justice and things like that. I've done a lot of reading, and I've started having conversations about it and things like that. So these are things that I believe really strongly in, but a lot of this is kind of off the cuff, so hopefully it's good. Yeah, well, so Tara, like, the thing that makes him terrifying is because it is as over the top as that would be in real life. In that case, Luca is grounded in a real life story. Suikoden 2 is by and large not larger than life. Suikoden in general is not larger than life, and that, for me, is what makes it so powerful and what distinguishes it from a lot of the save the world, larger than life, you know, the phenomenal over the top opera of Final Fantasy VI, my favorite game of all time. And a lot of what Luca does arise from his trauma, but that's a whole thing. But so in looking at Azrael's situation, I think that asking ourselves, like, for forgiving Azrael or not, whether you choose to forgive Azrael or not, I think putting yourself in the position of thinking through Azrael's situation is good for you. I think any opportunity we get to explore complicated subjects and our feelings on the matter, especially in a way that doesn't actually affect anyone's real life, I think that's so valuable. I think that's one of the most important things that fiction can do, is give us that opportunity to feel things, to explore things, to think about things, to consider perspectives and experiences that we, with any luck, will never ever have to deal with, but that will give us context to how we approach things in our actual real lives. Lily Mouse, thank you for following. Welcome. And yes, Kafka and the effect of the Magitech, the magic infusion. Have you read my Final Fantasy VI novelization fanfic? Because I go into that a little bit, and will a bit more as we go on. But like, that is interesting, and how much you want to do with that is up to you. But it's not necessarily a big part of the story. It is, like, Final Fantasy VI is a larger than life operatic story. Very, very broad strokes, very, very, like, you know, I mean, I love it very much, but it is a very, very, like, it's larger than life, and that's what it's supposed to do. A little bit of that red dress. I haven't done as much of it as I would like, but I'm planning on doing some more. But yeah, but see, that's the thing though, Infinite Snowman, is that because it doesn't go directly with it has no direct real world comparisons. That's what makes it such an incredible opportunity to experience these things and think about these things in a way that there's no way you're ever going to encounter Azrael's situation in real life. So what a fantastic opportunity to explore how you feel about that. I want to play The Last Guardian. I was all set to stream it, and then my cat died, a couple of years ago, and so I didn't, but it is on my list to play still. So that may get streamed here. I haven't played Pyre, actually. I've seen the very beginning of it. I'd like to. I really do like Supergiant games. I'm a little cautious about, like, I don't know how the gameplay and I would mesh because it's very different from the rest of their games, but I have to say Hades has definitely impressed me a lot. Interesting, that's your favorite. I don't know what my favorite is because I haven't beaten Hades yet. It's basically a perfect game, but Transistor, I don't know. I'm gonna be dressing as Zagreus for Halloween, which, by the way, if you haven't heard, Halloween concert on this channel on Halloween, starting at noon, the same time the stream started, on Halloween itself. You should totally come to that. We're gonna have lots of video game music. I'm gonna have friends performing. There will be singing. There will be guitars, electric guitars, surprise, surprise. There will be a theremin. There will be at least one Deltarune song from me. We'll see what else happens. But so, like, you should totally come to that. And there will be some Hades music. So if you like that stuff, you should totally join on October Halloween. There will be spooky music. Everyone that I know of is planning to, like, it's starting with a 20-minute long doom metal medley of Silent Hill music from an electric guitarist and a bassist. So, like, look forward to that. Yeah, so the thing is, Azrael turning into Flowey, he goes kind of crazy about the situation in a way, like, it breaks him. He doesn't start off hurting people. And I think that that's really, important to think about, like, because one thing that is so vital to remember is that no matter how good we are as people, the right circumstances could probably cause us to do something, some level of thing that we wouldn't think ourselves capable of. That doesn't mean that all of us would have done great evil. And it may take the most extreme situation in the world to make us do even a small evil, but you don't know until you are tested. If somebody said, I will kill your loved one if you don't do this thing, what are you willing to do? Are you willing to steal if your family is starving to death? That's one thing. If somebody says, I will kill the person you love most if you don't, position this bomb in the place that you work, what do you do then? How do you deal with that? Let us hope that none of us are ever in situations like that, but I think it is super important to remember these things. And so, on the subject of Flowey dabbling in darkness, as Gellert Greer is saying here, because he starts getting curious, well, what would happen? How many times do you replay Undertale, getting the best ending before you're like, I've seen that a bunch. I wonder what happens when I start killing people. There's no real consequences. They're just characters in a video game. It's fine. It's not gonna do anything. That's kind of the point. And so, if you start judging Azrael and Flowey for indulging that curiosity and wanting to see what happens, do you also judge all of the players who make that same decision? Where do you stand? Some of the people that I know who don't like Undertale are very angry because they didn't want to have to think about that. And I'm like, that's fine, you can choose not to think about that. But I almost dropped my controller. I'm gonna put it not on my lap. Oh man, Cole, how would we summarize these games? I would say that they're Toby Fox exploring what it means to be human and also asking questions about what it means to play a video game. I think he's particularly interested in choice. Who do you choose to be? How much does your choice matter? Both in Undertale and in Deltarune in different ways, which is something we've talked about before. But yeah, so Asgore. Asgore, I think, is an excellent example of how much harm are you willing to do to try to save the people you love? What sacrifices will you make in your own moral code in order to try to save the people you love? And I love Asgore as a character because I think through and through Asgore is a good person who means to do well and wants to help his people out of an impossible seeming situation. Does he do the right thing. I don't think any of us would be comfortable with what Asgore has done, but do you understand why he's done it? And if you contrast that with Toriel, who has made the decision not to do that, and in so doing, doomed her people to the inevitable slow decline into depression and hopelessness. It is the hope that their king will get them out of the underworld that keeps the people in Undertale going. Without that hope, they expressly tell you, without that hope, they don't know what they would do, but he has given them hope, and that's the light they cling to. And in a way, like, Asgore hates himself, like, for it. He does not justify what he has done. And when you face him, he cannot live with the consequences of what he's done. He cannot live with the guilt. He thinks that he deserves to be punished. And that's really interesting. And I think that the contrast between the way Toriel doesn't try to fix the problem and is willing to accept continuing the problem because the cost would be too great, and Asgore decides to attempt a solution that is not a perfect solution because there is no perfect solution, is a really interesting thing. And we, as players, can start digging into the lore and the world building, and if he just killed a human or let a human die of old age and then cross the barrier, like, we, with the beauty of hindsight, and assuming that the world works in such a way that would allow that to happen, have decided that that would be the correct solution. We don't know if that's actually what would happen. It might not be what would actually happen. So I think that it's really... I don't know, I think that that's a really interesting thing to explore. And like, Toby Fox gives us a Deus Ex Machina that allows us to give everybody a happy ending. In the real world, those often don't exist. And so you wind up with people, flawed people, addressing an impossible situation and trying to find the best solution they can. And sometimes we think that they're doing as good as, making as good a choice as they could, and sometimes we disagree. So yeah, no, I like that. So I think that there is a balance between, like, how would I judge this person in real life and how do I judge this person within the context of their story. Hi, Justin, thank you. Sorry, we're still talking about this stuff. Thank you so much for sitting with me, folks, by the way, while we do this. But yeah, Alphys was trying to come up with another solution. She was trying to fix the problem. And yet there were consequences for that too. It was the perfect solution, but there were problems, there were consequences. It wasn't working. Like, it didn't work the way they wanted it to. And so it's very interesting that way. And yes, Azrael choosing to stay behind and go back to being Flowey, like, that is Azrael saying, I deserve consequences, and also I can't face anyone with what I've done, which is in some ways very similar to Asgore destroying the mercy option for himself. I guess like father, like son. But yeah, Flowey's saying, please don't undo the good that you have done, also is a beautiful moment. Like, there's a lot of interesting nuance there. And the fact that we're having these consequences or these conversations about this is, I think, one of the beautiful things, and why I love Toby Fox games so far, is that we can talk about things like this, and he wants us to talk about things. I mean, like yes, wacky, goofy, haha, it's funny, it's ridiculous, there's like silly nerd references, but ultimately, I think that Toby Fox has some of the most insightful discussions of humanity that I have seen in a long time. Especially coming from someone as young as he was when he made Undertale. I think it's incredible. And I'm really glad that he's continuing to make stories, because I think it's good for us. When I and people like me say, Undertale inspired me to be a better person, it's not just, at playing Frisk, who is like this like nosy meddling, I'm gonna help you, I'm gonna set you up with the boyfriend of your dreams, and I'm gonna like deal with your personal problems and help you overcome your like self-doubt and all of this good stuff. Like, that's fun to experience, and that's kind of always been like what I've sort of wanted. And so in a way, Undertale kind of reinforces, like, yes, we can do that. But also part of it is asking these questions and thinking about these characters and things like that. So a lot of people who are angry at Asriel or angry at Asgore, like, that's a valid thing to take away. But I would encourage you to consider thinking about a restorative approach to these things, and maybe not in their situations, but where would you draw the line? How much would you forgive, or how much would you think is not past the point of redemption? If we're not talking about forgiveness, but we're talking about an opportunity to reduce harm, how much harm can a person do and you still feel that they could come back from it and say, I will now devote the rest of my life to doing good? Like, where do you draw that line? And also for you, like, how do you deal with the repercussions of your own actions and hurting other people? Like, it's a lot of good stuff. There's just so much good stuff. Anyway, yeah, so I like the fact that I can talk about these things with Toby Fox's games, and I think we're supposed to. So yeah, Birdly, Smash Matt. Birdly has obviously done nothing on the scale of Asriel or Asgore. He's never killed anybody, which works because Deltarune is much more grounded in reality. We were gonna get to Birdly. Like, Birdly is annoying, but he does harm the people around him to some degree. And those of us who have been looking at online spaces for years have seen actual real-world harm grow. Oh, right. I actually had this moved all the way so it was pointed at the ceiling, because apparently the stream reconnected yesterday for about a minute after I lost power, or about an hour and a half after I lost power. Apparently power came on for part of the apartment for like a minute, just long enough to go live and have a blank chair. So I figured as I was getting things set up this morning, I would preemptively make it so that the camera couldn't accidentally show the mess of my room when I wasn't ready for it. Hello, everybody. So like, how do I put this? Yesterday, not last night, yesterday, we lost power in approximately half of downtown Toronto, killing my stream. Because I can't stream without power. So I haven't yet figured out how, like, my laptop was still going, the game was still going, but not the internet, you see, that I'm dependent on. So it was a whole thing. So the game was fine. So nothing should have happened to my save or glitching anything or whatever, because it didn't crash. Nothing crashed except the power for 2 hours in half of the city of Toronto, well, downtown Toronto. So yeah, I don't know if this is that the Queen is trying to sabotage me with computer reboots, computer crashes, game crashes, Windows issues, and now power issues on a much bigger scale than just this one little person sitting on her computer. So that's the context if you're watching this on YouTube and you're like, wait, I was just watching Lauren talking a whole bunch and then suddenly everything went silent. And then she reappeared wearing a different shirt and sounding a little different. It is now roughly 24 hours-ish since we lost power yesterday. So we're back, we're trying again on a Sunday. Fun fact, next Sunday at this time, tune in for music. There will be music. My friends and I will be serenading you with the dulcet tones of wailing electric guitars. I'm very excited about the guitars. No, lots of other things. I will not be guitaring, although I might be doing a track or two from my band, which has electric guitars or something else. But yeah, it will be a Halloween concert. There will be spooky music. I can guarantee at least one song from a Deltarune chapter. You'll never guess which one. If I can manage to pull off something else in the next week, there may be more. This is what I do, folks. I last minute do things. So yes, come for October Halloween, the costume contest. I will be wearing a costume. I have bits and pieces. Oh, my Zagreus tights arrived too, so I just need to turn into Zagreus and it'll be great. So yeah, that's the long and short of it, of like, internet requires power shenanigans. I think we can blame this on the Queen. What do you think? That seems fair. Yes, as Yomavai says, this is our time skip episode. Upon review from viewers, conversation, God, folks on our Discord in chat yesterday were talking to me about this. We're going to go ahead and stick the beginning of yesterday's stream to the beginning of this stream. Hopefully no meteors. Oh God, Chrono, don't jinx me like that. No, so we actually had some interesting chat, in which I talked about my very deep insecurities / mental block about streaming and how I don't promote it or commit to like sharing it or make good thumbnails or edit my videos or break videos into pieces or anything that is good for channel growth. I just don't do any of that because mental blocks are not very nice. But I might be doing more of that sort of thing, so I might be looking for somebody who's willing to be like my assistant for like an hour or so a week to do like thumbnails and stuff. I don't know, we'll see how that goes. I've also had some requests to break these up into smaller videos, so like let me know. I mean, from here, like, anything in the past is going to be what it is, but, like, do I break the Deltarune ones into 2.5-hour videos? Do I break them into, like, 1.5-hour videos? Do I break my 3-hour streams into 1.5-hour videos to make them easier? I don't know. I need your input. Please tell me what you think, friends, because that is one thing I cannot do on my own. So, I'm actively requesting feedback and input on that. Well, I'm asking for people specifically who watch on YouTube, and solely on YouTube especially, watching the archives, which is better and easier for you to work with, what is less intimidating, and better for, like, making it easier to skip ahead or catch up where you were, things that make it more, like, YouTube friendly, like having more opportunities for people to come to the video and watch a specific section that they're interested in would let me be better able to label what is in each individual video. So yeah, so I wouldn't edit out huge chunks of time, no. The only editing I do generally is cutting out my sometimes excessively long preambles. So hi. Hello, Ibe Rose. I don't know exactly how to say your name, but if you are a YouTube person, I'm specifically asking your opinion too. So people don't worry about length. I wonder if somebody's never watched a video before and they're like, this is like a 5-hour long video. This is a 6-hour long thing. Do we really want to watch this? I don't know. And as far as like ease of scanning through, so it may be that just keeping them to one video, and not breaking them up would be fine. It's just, I mean, that's less work for me. It's not a ton more work to do it the other way. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Please weigh in. Let me know what you think. I would add some sort of an ending screen thing to go to the next thing, which is something I'm going to do. I'm going to make ending, like an ending screen thingy. So it's like, thank you for watching. And then I'm going to use that to be able to like add an end card that says go to the next video in this series on YouTube. I'm gonna make it easier for you, YouTube. I'm sorry, YouTube. Happy birthday, Charles Bells. Happy 30th. That's a good one in my opinion. So they say in your 30s you care less about what other people think, and that is true. My 30s have been transformational. in the best possible way. And so I hope that for you as well, I don't know that you maybe need as transformational a 30s as I did, but I hope that you have the transformation that you need to take you on the next step to happiness. I hope you're all doing well. Happy Sunday. Happy not Earthbound Day. I don't know why I was going to say Earthbound Day. No, this is Deltarune. It's not even Undertale. Okay, Puff of Logic. I think I might poll folks. I will put together a poll and I will put it in the comments of this video for those of you watching on YouTube. I will share it on Discord for those of you on Discord, which seems to be an increasing number of you, which is nice. I appreciate it. I feel like all the new folks who've jumped in on Discord have fit in great, and it's been super fun to have you there. So thank you and welcome. I will tweet it and stuff. So yeah. All right, that's enough of the like shop talk stuff. I'm sorry. I try not to talk shop too long because I feel like it gets kind of boring. So yesterday we were having a really interesting conversation about forgiveness, restorative justice, punishment, and redemption arcs for characters. And it was a really interesting chat. One thing that I liked, my power went out, but I still was able to access Twitch chat on my phone, so I was like trying to keep folks updated on what was happening. And there were these fantastic conversations happening about, for example, Alphys. Because we had started talking about Birdly and how he's like annoying and a problem. And I think people had somehow, like, because I obviously missed parts of the conversation due to not being online. But there were some chats about I think comparing kind of Birdly and his being an unpleasant presence in the story and being annoying. And I think people were talking about Alphys, who was actually pretty as I understand it, people were somewhat torn on Alphys as a character when Undertale came out. Which for me, like, I liked her a lot and wasn't quite sure why people disliked her. Just like I wasn't sure why people liked Mettaton so much, because for me, up until basically Mettaton, like, takes on his proper body, when he's still boxed for Mettaton, he was annoying and negative and hurtful. And yes, there was the Final Fantasy VI reference of the opera scene, which I loved, don't get me wrong, obviously. I mean, especially if you've ever watched me on a stream, you know how much I love Final Fantasy VI. Hi, I was working on arranging more of the soundtrack before this stream, and I was like, Lauren, you gotta switch modes, it's not Final Fantasy VI time. But before I had seen Mettaton, like, outside of box form, I didn't understand why people loved him so much. And then it was really interesting when Mettaton, like, when you get to really know him, and I was like, oh, I love him now. So when he was just box Mettaton and I was like, I feel like I'm missing something, the answer was yes, I was in fact missing something. Just when people talk about a character that they love based on information that you don't have, you kind of wonder what's going on. But no, I like Mettaton a lot. I think I like his over-the-topness. I really enjoy, like, his Death by Glamour fight, like, is fantastic for character building. And then the closing after that and his reaction to that is really, really nice. And I also understand his story as a trans story, just as apparently in the Switch version they added the remaining ghost cousin, if I remember correctly, they're cousins. Also, Mad Mew Mew has a story that's like more explicitly like this is a trans story, in case you somehow missed Mettaton's, which I think is fantastic that Toby Fox made sure. I mean, obviously, like, it's a story that fits super well within the context of the game. We already have the pieces to understand that. We know the Mad Dummy, we know all of Mew Mew, we've ideally had some at least sense for the possibility of a trans allegory in Mettaton's story, so it fits. I mean, I've only played it on the PC, so I don't know. But yeah, so like, Alphys, people were like, I don't like her, and I feel like part of why people don't like her is because she hits too close to home. And I don't think that Birdly hits too close to home for people. Like, that's different. Alphys and Birdly are both characters who have spent too much time on the internet. And any of us who have spent too much time on the internet? Who could that be? Certainly not me. We've known Alphys. We've known Birdly. Some of us at various points in our life might even have been an Alphys or a Birdly. Because I suspect that those who recognize themselves in Birdly probably recognize a former version of themselves in Birdly. And again, as I said yesterday, he is a young person, so it's more acceptable for those of us who are on the other side of that life experience. If anyone watching this happens to be a high schooler and people like, or in college, university, and you have Birdlies in your life and you have less patience and tolerance for them because they are actively making your life miserable, you are coming at this from a different perspective, and I will not take away from you or undermine any of your discomfort or displeasure with that sort of thing. No, Birdly isn't irredeemably awful, and neither was Alphys. But both of them are flawed characters. In Alphys' case, like, yes, she's annoying, she interrupts you, she lies to you to make herself feel better because she's trying to get herself out of a pit of self-loathing that, it's a Toby Fox game. I think we can have certain trigger content warnings go kind of without saying, but she is, like, we do see her having some suicidal despair in Undertale, in the events around Undertale, so, like, when she is not at her best and is not doing things that we would necessarily consider the morally right thing to do, I do think it is important to consider the context. Yes, she's being somewhat selfish when she lies to you and kind of sabotages you in a way to try to be the hero. But why is she doing that, and how can we prevent that problem for people, including Alphys, as well as real-world people who are suffering from some of the same experiences? Like, what can we do to help others? What can we do to help society? What can we do to provide support systems so that people like Alphys don't have to do things that potentially risk harming other people in order to I don't know, like, cut down on the amount of suffering in the world? I don't know. I feel like that's a good life goal. And so Birdly is definitely more, he's less sympathetic. He's vastly less sympathetic in his portrayal than Alphys. Like, I feel like Toby Fox takes even his least likable characters and has some sort of understanding and love for them. So I feel like people who are very caught up in, like, anger towards and lack of understanding towards characters in Toby Fox games, I feel like Toby Fox is trying to introduce us to the concept of forgiveness and the concept of undoing damage and the concept of understanding where people come from. And so I think that to simplify it is in a way to do a disservice to the way that he frames things. Of course, however we interpret these stories is going to be colored by our personal experiences. And so, like, obviously, somebody was telling us yesterday, for those of you watching on YouTube, like an hour ago, somebody was telling us that forgiveness is very hard for them because of where they are and the experiences that they've had, and I don't want to take that away from them or anyone. But I do think that it is worth trying very hard as much as possible when playing a Toby Fox game to think about even the king, even the Spade King. I don't remember if he has another name. Our precious baby boy's dad. Like, nothing that he does is fine. He betrays you. He abuses his own son. Just king. Okay, the king. But he got fundamentally broken as a younger person, somebody that he loved and depended on. He, like, betrayed him, abandoned him, and feelings of abandonment. Boy, will that wreck you. That will wreck you hard. And yeah, Flowey is a can you ever forgive this guy kind of character, which is interesting because so many people love Asriel so much that, like, if there were to be fan patches for Undertale, the fan patch I would most expect would be go back down and get Asriel and bring him up to the surface. And, like, fan creation, so much of it centered around that, because Toby Fox not giving us Azrael going to the surface was a brilliant narrative decision. Emotionally, it's fantastic, and it is the cost that makes the otherwise too good ending work. It's like, I'm gonna gloss over this really carefully because I don't want to spoil another game. Moki Doki Loki, by the way, first of all, your name is tons of fun, but thank you for following, and anyone else who has followed recently, thank you for following me. Oh my god, real easy math, that's funny. No, so like, Suikoden 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. We just beat it a couple of weeks ago on stream, but it has a best ending, and a complaint one could raise against the best ending is that it is too good, it is too simple in a way, like it makes everything too okay. But in order to get that ending, you have to work very hard as a player. You have to do a lot of things, you have to know a lot of things that are counterintuitive, but that makes sense once you realize what you're trying to accomplish. But it is almost impossible for someone in a blind playthrough to get the best ending on their first experience. It's not intuitive, like I said, even though it makes sense. And so for me, the fact that you have to work at it earns that ending, and you know what the other endings are, and you know what the consequences to the characters are otherwise, and so that makes it earned. Likewise, I feel that choosing not to give us Azrael, not to give us that easy forgiveness, not to give him that second chance, someone has to bear the consequences for us to feel that there are consequences when most of the characters have a happy ever after ending, as far as we see. Like I mentioned last time, I did read Dogs of Future Past, yes. I feel like, and I love that comic's take on Flowey as well. I thought that was a very satisfying experience. But like, I mentioned last time that I view Frisk and the player's intervention specifically as a Deus Ex Machina, providing us with the perfect answer that the characters themselves in the situation that they're in for all of the period prior to our arrival, they don't have the right answer. It simply doesn't exist. It isn't possible to them, as far as we know. People have speculated what would happen if Asgore took one human soul from a natural death of a human and then walked through. We don't actually know if that would work, or what that would do, or what other hesitations might be going on through Asgore's mind to prevent that. For example, like, what if he thinks there's going to be a war if he goes through, so he wants to give his people hope, but he can't fully 100% commit to it? I don't know. Like, so it's like, we have the right answer, and we use that right answer, but that's the Deus Ex Machina, and so Azrael pays the price to allow us to do that. Emotionally, I like the Nera-Kara theory very, very much. I think it makes a lot of sense. It seems to be supported, or at least not contradicted by the text. It adds a lot of interest, and I like the fanon interpretation of Kara. I think they're very interesting. All right, Matt, enjoy your breakfast. So like, all of these are really interesting and in-depth characters that that Toby Fox has presented us with. Birdley doesn't have that same level of depth, but part of that is because he's in a relatively realistic setting. Okay, well, okay, so I like the idea of Kara as this kind of like chaotic, deeply, deeply damaged person who's had really terrible experiences. And even showing them love isn't necessarily enough to overcome that, because sometimes it takes a lot. But for them to kind of have their worst be tempered by watching and observing Frisk, I think is really lovely. But yeah, so Birdley is just a dude. More than the characters in Undertale are just folks. Because, like I've said before, Undertale is a larger-than-life story with larger-than-life conflicts. And it's like this like unrealistic, fantastical experience. Ooh, blueberry cheesecake. Enjoy that, Samovar. But Birdley is just like some dude you could have known in school. He's some dude you might have known in school. He's some dude you might have been in school. So, like, I don't know, but I think that he's also less I would expect less controversial in that people raising issues about like the crimes that have been committed by Asgore or Alphys or whatever, like those are much bigger than like an obnoxious butt of a bratty teenager who is just kind of rude and mean to people, kind of bullyish. Which is interesting because we center Susie as one of the main characters, if not the main character, and she is the bully. And yet we so thoroughly sympathize with her. Like, it doesn't take super long in chapter 1 to realize that Susie's actually a very sympathetic character. But bullies! I mean, surely a lot of us have had bullies threaten us before, and maybe some of us were bullies at some point. I have never been a bully, but I know people who used to be. Busy hands, yes, stream is in fact up. I'm sorry to everybody who tried watching yesterday. Power went out in half of downtown for a couple of hours, so, and that's fair, Whimsim. I think it becomes apparent fairly early in chapter 1 that you are that Susie is expected to be or become a sympathetic character. Like, I think that it becomes fairly clear fairly on that she's not like fairly early on that she's not evil, she's not as bad as people think. There's more going on under the surface. Whether you personally wind up emotionally sympathizing with her then or not, by the end of the fight, or by the end of the section, with the king especially, like you're like cheering for her. You're like, yes, Susie. Which is interesting because you may not necessarily realize that you're cheering for Susie until you get that moment, because Toby Fox is so good at characterization and controlling your emotions and your connections to things. Like, he knows by the time he does that, if you aren't already on Susie's side, you will be then. He did it very well. But she's an incredibly good character. And she's the one who speaks. So we get to know we get to know Chris much more slowly over the course of the first chapter. We basically only really get to know them when we go to the surface world, when we go to the light world again. There's a lot more of Chris in this chapter, which I'm enjoying a lot, and a lot more of the relationship between Chris the character and me the player, which I really enjoy. But Susie is our central character. She's the one who has the arc. She's the one who has the growth. She's the one who has the love interest here, I think. Toby Fox chose the bully to be the character that we see the most of and feel the most of and sympathize with so much. And she's not even like necessarily a redeemed bully so much as that we reframe how we view her. And we see the potential for goodness that she's always had in her come out, and it's not a break in her character. It's not a breach of or a betrayal of the Susie that we see when she first shows up. This is who she's always been inside, and that's wonderful. And she's still rude and crude, as Dr. Meccano says, but she's not mean. Like, she's still like your bratty, like, not, I guess bratty isn't the right word, but she's still the friend that you have to be like, okay, Susie, we're gonna be with my mom. She really doesn't like swearing. Can you please, I will give you candy tomorrow if you try really hard not to swear in front of my mom. She's still that friend. And Zavath, I don't know either. I feel like that's somewhat ambiguous as well. And I'm really curious to see how that shapes up. The relationship between Noelle and Susie. I ship them because it makes me happy, but not necessarily because it's established in the text. So Tara, I think that it is quite clear that Susie herself inherently in her heart is not a bully who enjoys the suffering of other people. It is very clear that other people expect the worst of her. And so she rises or perhaps sinks to their expectations, which is actually often true. If you approach a child with an expectation that they will do something bad, they're like, well, I might as well. If I'm going to get punished for it anyway, I might as well do it, which I think is really an interesting thing to show us. Yes, Noelle definitely ships them. And I think Blue Glasses read where Susie is not currently in a position emotionally to reciprocate romantic feelings. I think that's fair. Susie, the idea that someone might have feelings for Susie is like incomprehensible to Susie. She has a lot of work to do herself before she gets there. But I love her, and I hope that we see her continue to grow over the course of the game, the subsequent chapters. And I think it's really great, personally. She does, I mean, if you consider that chapter 1 takes place over one day and chapter 2 is the next day, like, it is very fast. But when you, like, experience a story like this, you just kind of have to roll with the fact that characters are going to change and develop, like, lifelong relationships very quickly, and that's just kind of how stories like this go. This is a portal fantasy, and portal fantasies have certain tropes. And one of those is that feelings and experiences and things that happen in the portal fantasy world are accelerated compared to what would happen if we were solely grounded in the real world. And yes, life or death, adventure, trauma bonds. But it's not just trauma bonds. It's just that's just kind of what happens in portal fantasies. I love that this is a portal fantasy, by the way. Like, it's so interesting because portal fantasies are such a key part of our childhoods for so many of us. And the fact that he's explicitly referencing Alice in Wonderland, which is kind of in some ways like the quintessential portal fantasy. Anyone who doesn't know what I mean by portal fantasy, it's Narnia, it's Alice in Wonderland, it's children from the real world or people from the real world step through a portal into another world where things are kind of weird and different. There's a book series that I can't go on reading because it gets too dark in a way that is too horrific for me. But it's Shannon McGuire's Wayward Children books, I think is what they're called. I don't know about an isekai because I don't know exactly what the definition, like where you draw the lines of that. I know portal fantasy because I am a trained science fiction and fantasy writer within the, like, especially Western focused science fiction and fantasy writing community. So I know our terms and I know our concepts and things. So yeah, Blue Gloss, the direct, well, but a lot of portal fantasies do. Like, even in Alice in Wonderland, some of the things that happen there reflect Alice's real life. Like, she has her cat, Diana or something like that, and so, like, there's like a Cheshire cat, like there's overlaps there. And like Peter Pan, for example, is kind of a portal fantasy as well, and so it's traditional in the stage play of Peter Pan for the character of Captain Hook and the character of Mr. Darling to be played by the same actor, which, if you watch my favorite Peter Pan movie, the live action one that came out in 2003, which I love to bits and pieces, oh my god, it's like my second favorite movie. Third favorite movie? Neverending Story, Princess Bride, Peter Pan 2003. But that's a portal fantasy as well. But the direct parallels and overlaps between characters in the real world and characters in the portal world, like, that's traditional. So the fact that we have Azrael and Malsei is very portal fantasy-ish of this. And I don't know that Toby Fox was like, I am going to write a portal fantasy story, and because it is a portal fantasy, we should have a character who is a direct parallel to a character in the main character's real life in the real world. Like, I don't think he did that. He might have. I don't know. He's very thoughtful about things, and he seems to know the context in which he's making stories. But that is very in keeping with the kind of story that this is. Yeah, so that's interesting, and I don't know how I got on the subject of portal fantasies, but Deltarune is a portal fantasy through and through and through and through and through, which is great. If you like portal fantasies, there's lots of things that there's like grimdark edgelord reimaginings of portal fantasies, and then there's like true portal fantasies and stuff coming out these days, so you can find books to satisfy your taste. I like that this is not going the grimdark edgelord. God, what is that book called? There's a magic school portal fantasy. Grimdark edgelord won the Magicians, I think. Not for me. And like I said, the I think it's the Wayward Children books, not for me. But that one's at least not edgelordy or edgelordy in its sort of grimdarkery. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, no, Undertale is definitely not a portal fantasy because both the surface world and the underworld exist in the exact same dimension. They are just two distinct physical locations in one imaginative place. In this case, the light world and the dark world, like the fact that darkners take on item forms in the light world, they're not existing in the same emotional plane. So yes, Wayward Children is not edgelordy, but it is too dark. The twins were too much for me, ultimately. And I as much as I found the writing incredible and some of the characters very engaging and the overall concept I liked it, the twins in their world was too much. The degree of violence and horror that happened even in the real world was too much for me. I did not feel that it fit. It was recommended to me because I like Portal Fantasy and there were a lot of good things in it. But among others is by Joe Walton, is a Portal Fantasy that gets at more of the what happens to children when they return to the real world after having been in a Portal Fantasy. It gets at the same thing that Wayward Children is exploring, but it does so in a vastly more Lauren-friendly way. It's still hard. It's still emotionally brutal. Like, there's still, like, traumatic character death in the past that has happened, and it deals with the trauma of that. But it's excellent. It's really good. I would recommend, among others, without hesitation, with the content warning, that there is, like, some trauma and some dealing with, like, the death of somebody you're close to in it. But it's really, really good. So yeah, I think it was because I liked Among Others, not to be confused with Among Us, that people recommended Wayward Children. Anyway, so these are books and things that if you're interested in the way that things are explored in these games and you're like, what else explores things in these ways? Toby Fox is fantastic because his games are in dialogue and conversation with all these other games that exist, but also with literature and all these other things. Like, he's experienced many stories and drawn influence from many stories and pulls in those influences in different and interesting ways, which I think is something that every person who creates things could benefit from. In fact, when I graduated with my MFA, I gave a graduation presentation on why writers should experience stories in other forms, not just reading other people in your genre, not just fiction writers reading nonfiction, but you should watch movies and television shows and play video games and read comic books and see how stories are told and what strengths that particular format has that you can learn from, and figure out how you can apply that to your own creations. And I think that goes for regardless of what format of story you create. I think you can learn from every other format and find something that, I mean, it has to be adapted. You can't just lift something wholesale from one format to another and make no changes, generally speaking. But like, even like people are like, you know, cutscenes are just like movies. No, they're not. They're not. There's a level of involvement that you have with the characters that changes that. So it's interesting. Yeah, I like people talking about these things. Psych of Play, I didn't know that existed. That sounds like something I would appreciate. Yeah, Deltarune is definitely more grounded than Undertale. I definitely agree, Hijinks. The element of the Darkners being fictional characters who exist to benefit the Lightners, like, that is, I mean, other formats. Who here has read or watched Magic Knight Rayearth? Now, there's a Portal Fantasy that had really interesting things happening with the relationship between the characters in the real world and the existence of the fantasy world. Magic Knight Rayearth was by Clamp. It was a very, very, very 90s anime, manga, and I believe they also made a JRPG of it, which is funny because the Portal Fantasy world is a JRPG world. I loved Rayearth very much, including how very dark and sad it got at the end. Or if we're going to talk about other 90s anime, Portal Fantasy things in which you are but a fictional character in a book I read, and yet I have fallen in love with you. Sort of conflicts arise. Fushigi, not my favorite. A little too schmaltzy and teenage girly and stuff for me, but I have friends who really loved it. And it very much had that sort of thing and asked some of these questions. So Toby Fox, I don't know if he knows those things or not, but for those of us who are consuming a lot of different kinds of stories, no, but see, does Inuyasha have people going into and out of a book world? Like, in Fushigi, the main character steps into a book and is like, oh, you're like the priestess of Suzaku. Now, like, we will, like, all be like your little harem of boys because it's that era of anime. But she falls in love with one of them and has all of these friends, and then there's this conflict of he's just a character in a book, he's not even real. What happens if she stops reading the book and never comes back? Like, and like the existential crisis of I'm just a character in a book. And like, there was a recent movie that addressed this, specifically in video games. What happens if you find out in a video game that you are not a real person, you are just a character? Does that actually matter? Or are you, if you feel real, is that what it takes? Like, is that all? Yes, that's right, Matt. Which I thought was handled extremely well. I was shocked by how much I enjoyed that movie. It was even like super into like my themes. Like, it was like, hey, we can do good things with things. We should do better. We should be better to each other. How can we use video games to be better to each other and become better people? Like, I was like, yes, I'm all about that. That is my jam. They had an agenda, but it's my agenda, so we're all good. But anyway, so all of this is like, okay, do I have to go get my Orin from the Neverending Story? The Neverending Story is interesting, and maybe this actually has more from that, because the Neverending Story needs the human to come in and kickstart the imagination in the world and make the wishes that make the world, the imaginative world, healthy and whole again. I love the Neverending Story very much. Always have, always will. It is deeply important to me. Also, like, just the power of imagination in general is I think something that we need to keep in mind, and I think it really gets at that. So yeah, anyway, what's going to happen with the relationship between the dark world and the light world? What are the Darkners? Do they have like a true identity outside of our imagination? Does it matter? Like, I don't know. And these are things that we are definitely going to explore in here. So Birdley feels like, if any character, he feels like Eustace from Narnia. Useless Eustace, the most unlikable character in the Narnia books, according to, I think, what we're supposed to feel. According to, like, the way the author seems to sympathize. And obviously, like, he does get, like, redeemed, but he's very unlikable. He whines, he complains, he's difficult, he doesn't believe in things. He's just a really obnoxious, bratty teenager. Maybe he's a preteen, I don't know. But anyway, he and Birdley have a lot in common. So yeah, Birdley is an interesting character, and I think that he's not got the depth. And I don't know. Oh, Wimson is like, Lauren, I see you slouching. Posture check. Everybody, make sure that your shoulders are back. Think about your shoulders back and your chest open. Like, don't like me, like, yeah. But like, yeah, try to think about opening your chest, and that'll help with your posture. Yeah, like the situation with the Darkners, I kind of feel as though, oh, thank you, Tara has redeemed hydrate. Everybody grab your cups. Time to drink some water. So again, in a portal fantasy, often the world continues existing even when people aren't in it, and they have this history. And this particularly feels kind of like Narnia, where time passes in between. Like, the king has clearly been betrayed by somebody who was with him and then wasn't there, who never came back, who promised to return and then never did. And that is what broke him in the end. So we do have reason to believe that Gerson, the turtle, the scholar, went into the dark world. We have a number of very well placed, clear hints that he did, and that so his writing comes from his experiences in the dark world. That's very much happens. Yes, I have seen Toy Story 3, which, yes, that is very similar. The Darkner's experience of time does make me think kind of Narnia and the experience of time. What's interesting is Peter Pan actually does things in the inverse, where Peter like comes and takes Wendy away a few times, and then some time passes, and by the time he comes back again, she has grown up and has a child of her own, and he is so confused because from his perspective, time hasn't like, for him, the time hasn't passed. He didn't notice it passing. And that's interesting because that's like the opposite. Oh god, I loved Hook so much. There's nobody but Robin Williams who could have played an adult Peter Pan. I loved that movie so much as a child. Just think of how much you would have expected me to love it, and you're correct. So Narnia, I also was raised in a non-Christian family, and so I had no idea that there were any religious overtones. There were just sections that just didn't make any sense whatsoever, and I'm like, that just happens in books. It turns out that they do make sense if you were raised from a Christian perspective, but since I didn't have that, yeah, the memories that Darkners have, I do believe, are real. We have no reason to believe that they aren't real in my experience with the game so far. Yeah. Anyway, this is good stuff to talk about. I don't know how much we touched on what I thought we were going to talk about from the previous conversation where I thought we were going to be talking more about Birdley, but I mean, we'll have more opportunities to talk about Birdley. Yeah, magic doesn't have to make sense. There's this, like, expectation, especially I feel in, like, Western European inspired cultures, or Western European shaped cultures, where, things have to have rules and they have to be consistent and you have to be able to spell it all out, which is why magic realism is less comfortable and people will... I'm sorry to everybody who watched me play Night in the Woods. I'm so sorry we're doing this again. Just for a minute. I promise I won't go all the way into it. But there's this idea that magic must be spelled out, and so magic realism is deeply uncomfortable for a lot of people who have this idea that you have to be able to spell it out and things can't just happen and you can't just have a little... It's not just nerds. Let me tell you, it is not just nerds. It is a lot of people who are raised in cultures in which you can't just have a touch of magic. And so they'll be like, it's an allegory. And you're like, no, like literally it happened. The main character is mentally ill in their perception. No, it literally happened. Literally there is magic on the page and you are given zero reason to disbelieve that the magic is occurring on the page, but your brain is rejecting it. And so you fall back on one of the things that do exist in some stories. In some stories, the magic is indeed the main character's mental illness given manifestation. In some stories, it is a mass hallucination, or in some stories it is an allegory, but sometimes just soft magic just happens because other cultures have a cultural understanding of the world that has room for magic in it. And for me personally, my life view growing up, there was a window open to magic at all times. So when I write stories, magic, it permeates a lot of my stories, and you just kind of have to roll with it. And I kept having people like critiquing my stories, like in like workshop groups, being like, you know, well, and then the main character hallucinated this, and I'm like, no, she didn't. So I kept putting in more and more like physical evidence of this is really happening. I had other characters commenting on the things that happened, and people would be like, it's a mass hallucination. And I'm like, man, when you're turning on mass hallucinations, like for random characters just hanging out in a scene, like chatting, like you're really pulling at straws to try to make it so that there is no magic in this world. But you can just have... Oh, Arthur, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. Hello, lurkers. I hope you're enjoying this chat. And yet magic can be symbolism. Absolutely anything in a story can represent something else. Sometimes overtly, sometimes not. That's fine. And some stories have rules and magic systems. Brandon Sanderson is very popular for a reason, and I'm told he is the king of having very clearly and carefully structured magic systems, which don't work for me so much. Like, they're fine, and I'm okay with them in like JRPGs and stuff. So magic in Undertale is different than the magic of the light world and the dark world in Deltarune. In Undertale, magic is a real and definable everyday force that is used for mundane activities, like electricity or anything scientific, except that some people have this intrinsic ability and others do not. But Toriel bakes pies using her magic. Magic is an internal force that can be made external. We start getting into questions about determination and the soul and the physical manifestation of a soul, and that's when we start getting into more of the questions of things that I would say are more magic. What I say faith magic, like hyphenated as a term to distinguish between when I talk about magic in stories and like this power versus level 6 fireballs. And so in the case of fantasy stories, not just like books, but fantasy stories in general, you can be anywhere from like schools of magic, fireballs, set established spells, to faith magic, which is like a flowing, harder to define influence on the universe or of the universe or something like that. Yes, Fairy Puncher, the fact that her oven is a regular, mundane, non-magical oven in Deltarune is a very important, small but important bit of world building. No, that's right, Axel, you have not missed any gameplay. There's a lot of stuff to talk about here. So Dark Souls is interesting because it asks a lot of existential questions and magic. I kept trying to wrap my head around the creation of the universe and how magic fit into that, and how the different kinds of magic and the different beings experiencing magic fit into the construction of the world and the creation of the world, and what that means. What is a soul? Dark Souls asks those questions in a way that I would say is actually, for all that I assigned spells as my pyromancer to my like buttons of spellcasting, I would say that actually Dark Souls is much closer on the faith magic side of things as far as the magic exists in the context of the world itself. And I like that. That definitely resonated with me. And so you can, in the case of video games, have something where it's what I would consider faith magic, magic realism, but from a gameplay perspective, it has structure, it has names, it has spells, it has things like that. And you can have that juxtaposition, which you can either do something with or not do something with, and that's fine. Like, ludonarrative dissonance is, I know it's overplayed, whatever. I like that term, I like that concept. I will still talk about it because I think there's interesting things to say about it. But I like that. Yeah, no, Squizgar, I think that's true, and I like that. Yeah, so yes, there you go. Desi Pezzy puts it very well. The magic spells and things you use in the Dark World is different from the magic that makes the Dark World exist. Yes, and it is the magic that makes the Dark World exist that is so interesting. That is the big magic in Deltarune, the big magic. Undertale doesn't have the big magic because, I mean, I guess if it has the big magic is determination, it is the souls, it is this like intrinsic existential otherness that we can't fully wrap our heads around, and yet it has this like unmistakable importance in the world, which is separate from the mundane everyday magic that is part of the monster's existence. And I think that it is different in Deltarune. You go into your JRPG style, 'cause, I mean, look at the way that they transform, look at their character designs. The Portal fantasy world that they fall into in Deltarune is JRPG inspired. It very much is. So of course you have spells and swords and stuff. That's what you do in a JRPG. But the magic by which the Dark World exists, that's the existential stuff. That's the faith magic. That's the big stuff that I'm really excited about too. Mr. E. Onion, I've actually written stories that have similar thoughts, different expressions, but that sort of thing. For me, magic is frequently the pushing of willpower, of a human's will on the world. It is will shaping the world. That is what magic is. Even when I ran tabletop games, like my magic system, such as it was a willpower based one, where like you could will something into happen. So if characters had specific powers, it was based on willpower. Like that's just the way magic makes sense for me. So I know that's fair, Arthur. I create terms so that it's easier for me to talk about things. So I'm like the big magic. I don't know. I'm notorious. Asgore and I are both equally good at naming things. Don't make me bring up Purple Face, who is an entirely purple cat, except for his face, which is not purple. It's the only part of him that isn't purple. But I named him Purple Face at age 5, and I haven't really gotten much better. Yeah, a puff of logic, I can understand that, but for me, I guess the thing with soft magic is that it has to feel right. You don't necessarily have to have rules that you're following, but things that happen in it have to feel true. Like, you have to be able to convince the reader that this feels true. It doesn't even have to be internally consistent, it just has to feel true. Oh man, Redress has a lot to say here. Like, when I'm complaining about people not understanding or accepting the possibility of big magic, faith magic, this kind of thing in fiction, this comes from frustration, from people reading other people's stories or my stories and finding ways to excuse the magic so that it isn't literally occurring in the story because they cannot conceive of a worldview. And yet they can read books in which a miracle happens. A miracle happens. God sends miracle. And they're like, yes. And I'm like, that is your worldview. That is magic. but acceptable within your worldview. Please extend that understanding to other people's worldviews, even if you don't share them. I can read, like an Irish Catholic story in which a miracle happens and a little boy who's struggling with his faith, his desk levitates and everyone in the story acts like, yes, his desk did just rise up into the air. And it's a miracle. I can read a story written by somebody from, I don't remember what native nation Leslie Marnie Silko is part of, but she wrote this story Ceremony, in which, like, within the worldview of her character and her background and her belief system and all of that, like, these characters are doing a ceremony to save the world, and it involves, for example, gathering a bunch of calendars because they're healing time. And that's what they are doing. They are literally gathering calendars to magically, through faith and magic, heal the world. Symbolism? No. Within that worldview, it is real. And all of these stories are equally valid. If you read magic realism from Central and South America, or from Russia, from countries in which magic, faith, miracles, otherness can happen, just naturally be part of the world, whether it's as a miracle or something else, like, it just happens. It's just part of the worldview. You have to roll with it. Even if it isn't your worldview, you should be able to accept and step into the shoes of something where that's different. So yeah, no, it is interesting how that is. And so these are like all conversations that we can have about this. And I love talking about this stuff so much. So the magic of imagination and dreams, I really love dream magic. If you ever want to read my favorite book of all time, C Word by Susan Cooper, I would tell people, if you wish to understand me and my soul, read this, slim book for teenagers, and you will, like, understand Lauren. And it is, like me, the writer draws her inspiration for what she writes from dreams. I do the same, but of course you have to make adaptations and do extensive work to make it functional as a story, but you take pieces from the dream and it works. Yeah. I know, Blue Glass, I know. This isn't the worst I've done. Especially because this is going to be, like, attached to yesterday's stream. Sorry, YouTube, but I guess YouTube has the advantage of being able to skip ahead. So this is all stuff that is fun to talk about, and I will continue talking about. If you want to see me talk more about this stuff, look at this. I'm going to do what we did with Spamton. Oh my god, we haven't even talked about Spamton. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyway, because of the conversation we had about like, comment, and subscribe, if you like this kind of stuff, please go ahead and follow me. I do talk about this with every game that I stream. It varies based on what's happening in that game. Horizon Zero Dawn, we're going to be starting on Tuesday. I should probably do my promo graphics for that, but I suspect we're going to be talking about cultural things with that, but I'm not really sure what to expect. So that's going to be happening on Tuesday. If you are going to be following what I will be doing with Final Fantasy XIV, I talk a lot about, that will not be on stream, that will be, after this week, that will be exclusive to YouTube, but I may upload those videos to Twitch, they just won't be live streamed. But there's a lot to talk about, stories there, comparing that game to Final Fantasy VI, and empires and characters dealing with trauma and imperialism, colonialism in different ways, and how far you're willing to push yourself and what lines you're willing to cross in order to save the people you love or yourself. I'm going to be talking Hades, I'm playing on Thursday, which is great because I get to talk about Greek mythology, which is a lifelong passion of mine, and the characterization of it. But also, like, there's some abusive parenting, there's different personality types dealing with things differently, so... Arthur, thank you for following. And after this game, I'm going to play Saturdays. I've decided I'm going to play Psychonauts 2 on Saturdays. So those of you who can come during my daytime Saturday streams, like, Psychonauts 2, if it's anything like Psychonauts 1, man, is that going to be a fun one to talk about. So look forward to that. There's a lot in there. I am very excited to talk about so much. Yeah, so I think it's gonna be perfect. So yeah, we'll be playing that on stream after we're done with Deltarune. I'm looking forward to it too. So yeah, if that sounds like a good time, follow me. You can join our Discord. We have a channel on the Discord for people to talk about spoilers so that I don't see them. Ask a mod for stream spoiler access and they will let you in. And you can do that in any channel. You can do that in the stream chat channel or the general channel. Those tend to be where people do it. That's fine. You can even go into the bot channel and do it. It's fine. We'll be all right. Is FluteBot not up? She should be up. Is she not working? Oh, shoot. Oh, hold on, folks. FluteBot isn't connected. Hold on. So she must not have announced to folks that I was live. Oh no, FluteBot. It's okay. It's okay. Here she comes. No, this was on my end. This was because she kept trying to connect when there was no internet and no power, and so she eventually gave up. So she slept in. Well, that's all right. The Discord announcement worked. Interesting, May. Then I don't know what happened. All right. Well, she's fixing it. Okay. Well, that's good at least. She should be back up now. All right. Hold on. All right. There we go. All right. She's back. So yeah, I will try to remind folks to follow and talk about more what's going to be happening on my stream and stuff more because folks have asked for it. And I need to get over my mental block that's like, nobody cares, Lauren, stop it, stop it, stop it. People are going to be mad at you if you talk about this more. So yeah, also, a week from today at this time, we will be doing a Halloween concert on this channel. Please come, show my friends how awesome and kind and supportive my community is. There will be music. You will love it. If you like electric guitars, you'll be happy. If you like theremin, you'll be happy. If you like Deltarune and Undertale, there will be some of that. If you like spooky tunes, there will be spooky tunes. So yeah. Anyway, before we dive in, I do have to say Spamton is one of the most interesting things that have happened. You all had a very hard time not backseating to help me discover the door to what would become Spamton's shop. And I was very, very contrary. Very, quite contrary. How does your garden grow? That's Lauren. But I did eventually circle back. The thing is, I would have found it on my own. Forest of Seasons, thank you for subscribing, friend. I think I would have found it on my own. But I understand why you were all so particularly interested in making sure that I knew that existed. Redress, I'm glad. I'm glad you knew that you saw it. Spamton. How's this? Without any nudging from anyone, I knew where Spamton, I knew what was going to happen there. And then as soon as I met the butlers, I went immediately to Spamton. Please have faith in me. I don't always get it right, but I'm pretty good at piecing things together. So I'm so interested. What the ever-loving heck is going on with that fellow? Jessen, I appreciate it. Yes, once more, shout out to Jessen for not just contributing to creating the initial save file we tried to use last week when we crashed the game, but also single-handedly remaking the save file this Friday to make sure it was accurate and not broken. So everyone, shout out to Jessen for doing that. Thank you, Jessen. Jessen can be, you are the big shot. So Spamton is annoying and funny and memey and unsettling. And then, oh Toby Fox, how I love your approach to storytelling. He just jabs you right in the gut with something deeply unsettling on a really significant way. And it may still be that it's actually memey and jokey all the way through, but I don't think so. I think that whatever's going on with Spamton is something closer to like the True Lab level of horror, where it's probably not going to go too far. Although it might, because Deltarune is more mature and pushes further than Undertale did. It is written for the audience that grew up with Undertale. Forest of Seasons. The game today for you? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, you mean you haven't watched any Deltarune or played any Deltarune? Yeah, we're quite far in the game. So I would, yes, we are, chapter 2 has taken me 18 hours because there's a lot of talking. So yeah, I would go back and watch chapter 1, or play it yourself if you want to. With a darker storyline and more mature themes, the second one treats the viewer like a real adult. Yes. Yes. So I don't know exactly what's going on with Spamton, but I'm really excited, like deeply excited about it, because I like dark stories. But I don't like grimdark, and I don't like dark without a purpose. I don't like dark that hurts you for the sake of hurting you. I like dark because it makes the light more real, if that makes sense. I feel like the world, well, it's not just drama. I do like drama. I have a weakness for drama a lot. Oh my god, is that from Mew Mew Kissy Cutie too? Oh my god, Mystery Onion. I didn't make that connection. Thanks, Arthur. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, are you serious? Toby Fox! Oh my god, Toby Fox. Toby Fox. Toby Fox! That's literally... Oh my god, that... Oh my god, that dog. Oh my god. I'm sorry. He wrote that review and put it in this game for this. This is what it's about. This is why it's in the game. That is him telling us what Deltarune is in the most, like, Toby Fox way possible. Oh my god. That's hilarious. I'm sorry, that's so funny. Oh my god. He's really clever. He's really funny, and he's so sassy. I am giving myself permission to say the word smartass on my Hades stream because I can't not. Because, like, have you played Hades? Have you encountered Zagreus? My favorite character archetype. I'm going to be dressing as Zagreus for Halloween next week, so look forward to that. But I feel as though Toby Fox himself has earned the label smartass, and I think that's part of why I like him so much. Oh, man. Well, Blue Glass, I don't know that I made that connection, but I made it now, and I appreciate it. It's very clearly what he's doing. Yes, Whimsim, that's correct. Yes, Chumpel, that's why I love it. I mean, there's actually a lot of reasons why I love that game, but the fact that the Supergiant Games writer is, like, as fond of banter and smartass characters as I am is definitely a factor. Oh, man. Oh, poor Lancer. Lancer is a cute baby. I feel like I should just get the Lancer plushie, but I can't go to the Deltarune section of Fangamer's shop because there might be spoilers. So I will get my Deltarune fix later. Oh my god. I saw on Twitter, because Reed tweeted about it, that somebody asked, and like, apparently they won't redo it now, but somebody asked if they could replace all of the pins with Spamton, and then they did. I'm just like, that's wonderful. Thank you, Fangamer. I don't like have like brand loyalty, but like the Fangamer folks are like friends. They're wonderful humans. They make the best merch in the entire world. Like they really do. Their merch is ridiculously good, but also like having been to Camp Fangamer twice now, like they are like kind souls. Asgore as a great dad being inspired by Reed is delightful. So Mystery Youngin, well, I'm glad you're here. You've been a great addition to chat. I'm really happy that folks who watch my stuff on YouTube drop by to say hello. It makes me happy. Like, that a lot of folks followed me on YouTube first, and have come by, and sometimes are really active in Discord, sometimes are active on Twitch, sometimes just lurk, which is totally 100% great. FluteBot at one point in time had a thing where you could like lurk or unlurk if you wanted to just kind of quietly signal that you were there. I don't know if she still does that, but it's there potentially, or if it's not, I can add it. Starman.net, yes, an excellent community, which also was partly responsible for Toby Fox growing up to be the wonderful, compassionate, good soul that he is. I feel. I can't say anything for what the Homestuck community might have done for him because I don't know Homestuck so well. Although I did work with the wife of the cousin of Andrew Hussey. I don't know if I've told my Homestuck story here or not. My Homestuck story is, so when I lived in Austin, I worked at a university, and we had somebody who worked in my department who was, oh, hey Rexy, YouTube lurkers, thank you and welcome. Okay, so my Homestuck story is that one of my friends was like, who I worked with, was like, Lauren, you're on the internet a lot. And I'm like, yeah. She's like, yeah, so my husband's cousin does this thing on the internet that like people really like on the internet. You might know it. And I was like, I do know of a lot of things on the internet. Try me. She's like, I think it's called like Housebound or something. And I was like, do you mean Homestuck? She's like, yeah, that's it. So like at some point she and her husband and I were like hanging out at like somebody's going away party for work or something like that, and he was like, so I hear you're familiar with my cousin Andrew's comic. And I was like, at this point, like this is flash forward a while, at this point I played Undertale, and I was like, you know, I haven't actually read his thing, but I know a lot of people who do. And I played a video game that was made by somebody who was inspired by and connected to that comic. And so he told me some funny stories about growing up with Andrew Hussey as his cousin. Let me tell you, my friend's husband, his cousin, also has a very wacky and amazing sense of humor. He's really funny. So that's my Homestuck story. My friend's husband is a delightful human. And I can tell you this story now because I'm not telling you who the person is who is my friend, and there's no way you can look up that friend of mine. But yeah, so I thought that was hilarious. So yeah, that's my Homestuck story. I feel like it is appropriate for Homestuck from what little I know of Homestuck. Like, I feel like that's like a good Homestuck story. Oh, Earthbound Homestuck. Yeah, I can see that. Yes, no, Andrew Hussey is very, very private. And so that's, but I feel like I can tell this story again because there is no, I'm not saying any names. I'm not saying any occupations. I'm not saying anything. So, but this is absolutely true facts. And I think it's hilarious. Like, I started laughing so hard when she told me. Anyway, that's my Homestuck story. But yeah, so I was in the process of saying thank you and welcome and hello to all of our YouTube folks. And for YouTube who's watching this right now, forward in time, I'm sorry this went live on Tuesday instead of Monday, but due to my Twitch affiliate thing that I filled out, I have to wait 24 hours to post it live. I guess I could post it tomorrow evening. I'll post it Monday evening. How does that sound? I can post it 24 hours after it's finished. And normally I would post it on Monday morning because of my Saturday stream. But I could do Monday evening because it's a Sunday stream. I don't know why I'm dancing like this. This is the Hello YouTube dance for the day. I don't know how long, I just started doing it. I'm cool. Anyway, those of you who leave comments, I'm sorry I haven't left any responses to your comments the past week or so. I will do that. I will try my best. But thank you, I read every single one of them and it makes my life so much better. I like talking to people and hearing what you think, and a lot of you are smart, clever, interesting, thoughtful people. Some of you are very, very kind and trusting people who share very personal stories with me. Thank you. I hold those stories near in my heart. So just know, like, I listen to every single one of you, what you say. So thank you very much. Nelson, well, welcome, hello, and thank you for joining us. Mousy Jam is a great name for a thing. I saw that is the name of what Itzina is. Is that this? Hold on, Itzina, is Mousy Jam, is that the same person who did the lore thing? Because do I need to befriend this person? Because somebody who likes lore and mousies and jamming out sounds like they might be like a person I want to be friends with. Okay, interesting. So fun fact, there's a streamer, I've never actually watched her live because she mostly does horror stuff, but people kept referencing her Undertale stream and my Undertale stream together, like over and over and over and over again. Like, if you like blank, watch blank. And we both kept hearing each other's names so much that finally, like, in one of these many Twitter threads, I was like, hey, you must be cool. And she was like, yeah, like, surely you're somebody I would get along with because of this. Yes, it was Voidburger. So we're now Twitter mutuals. I have never watched one of her streams. I don't think she's ever watched one of mine, but periodically on Twitter we'll be like, hey. She seems delightful. I don't know. If you like watch her streams, I hope she's as delightful as she seems to me. Oh man. Yeah, but she does a lot of horror stuff. She does like literary analysis type stuff of horror. So I'm just like, I will never be able to engage with any of your material, but I'm so glad you're out there doing it. So yeah, like, go and engage with her content and tell me how great it is. And I will be really excited to live vicariously through you. Because she, like, seems to have this, like, incredible catalog of, like, horror stuff, which is really neat. Which I only know about because I read her talking about it on Twitter, and I'm like, man, if only. Well, maybe I'll drop by one of her streams then and be like, hello. Oh, she was streaming Psychonauts too. Yeah, because there were, like, some other games where we stream a lot of the same. Okay. For a while there, I felt like we were streaming a bunch of the same games, and then she was just, like, really leaning into the horror stuff, and I was like, I can't do this. Notice that we're not playing a spooky game for Halloween this year. I'm just doing my Halloween show instead. Maybe it was Tacoma that came up. There was something that came up that we were both doing. We were like, hey, it's like a same hat moment in passing. Maybe. She can be, maybe she's secretly Florence the Lute. That's okay, Arthur, I'm also a scaredy cat. Man, we had some interesting chats that I'll talk about maybe later on the stream, maybe in another stream, because I feel like I've talked too long about other things. But we had some really fascinating conversations on the Discord about highly sensitive people, which it turns out is actually a scientifically researched subject. Sensory processing sensitivity, apparently, is a thing that I talked to my therapist about. But then there's also, was it aphantasia? It's a thing where you can, like, have a mind's eye or not a mind's eye. We were talking about all of this stuff, and that all ties into why I can't do horror. So that's right, Yumvai. It's going to be a lot, but because I'm going to be, this is going to take a little longer actually, because I'm going to have to go through and, like, manually edit this to stitch it together. But that means that I'll be able to provide smart-ass commentary. Which I will occasionally do. If you ever watch any of my videos that I've edited, that means that you will occasionally see, like, little, like, text commentary just thrown in there. If I edited videos more, I would do more of that, but it takes so long. Florence the Lute is my evil twin. You would never find anything under the name Florence the Lute on any other platforms that I am on. Certainly not. Yeah, aphantasia, which I don't have. I have, like, hyperphantasia. Is that the thing where you, like, are you visualize things too closely, too intensely? Yes. There is some scary stuff in this game. I have trust in Toby Fox that he's not going to do anything to me that won't be worth it. That's the thing, is to some degree I am willing to put myself in an uncomfortable situation as far as horror goes to a limit if it is earned. There are limits. For example, I have it on good authority that Guillermo del Toro has the exact kind of magic in his stories that speaks to my soul, the way that magic works in his stories and movies. But I can never, ever, ever watch Pan's Labyrinth. Ever. Despite, in many ways, it being the most Lauren horror story ever made. I know a fair bit about Pan's Labyrinth, because I have read about it very carefully. But if you were ever like, what would happen if Lauren created or engaged with horror? That. Think about the themes of it. Think about the way it blends fantasy and reality. Think about the magic and the true horror being humanity, like all of that stuff. It's exactly my kind of jam. But it goes way, way, way too far for me. I've been told that his Hellboy might be okay for me, because it's a bit more fairies and a bit less nightmares. So, maybe. I, too, am somewhat scared of the dark and like to have night lights. Not necessarily in my room, but I also don't like putting my hand under the pillow in bed or having my feet sticking over the edge. I could rotate the cube and or cow. In fact, I could transform the cube into a cow, or the cow into a cube. So, yes. My concern when it comes to visualizing things is how accurate they are. Like, there was a question someone asked about, like, can you, like, visualize somebody's walk? And I'm like, well, I don't know that I could remember accurately someone's walk unless it's like my mom has a very distinctive way of walking where, like, her hips move a certain way that's very distinctive to how she walks. But I don't know that I could think of that unless somebody has. And they were like, no, the question is, can you visualize a person individually walking? And I was like, oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, the horror themes of Undertale were, like, pushing me at my limit, but it was okay. And it turned out okay. Like, he kind of made it all right. Kind of don't think too hard about what it's like, but he, like, gives it a happy ending, too. So, I'm kind of afraid of, like, I'm afraid of Spamton just being jokes and not any horror, but more than I am of Spamton being too much horror. But I will say Spamton's line about it hurts. Like somebody's being tortured in a bath of battery acid. You know who else has talked about battery acid in this game? Because that didn't come out of nowhere. You know, I was thinking about that. I was like, oh, the queen bakes battery acid pie, and that's a joke. She wants to replace Noelle's face with a robot face because she doesn't really understand humans in pain. Yeah, the shop stuff is very unsettling. And who is Mike? I want to know. So, I'm really interested, and that's the thing I most want to know about at this point. Because if you want to get my attention... Yeah, the way he looks at you, not at Chris, but at you. Yeah, does he? Yeah. Oh man. And then you got like your like sexy butler lounge having issues with him. I don't know. I'm just really, really curious. I'm really curious. So shall we play this game? Notice, I must point out again, Justin made the timestamp accurate. Thank you, friend. It's so much better. It's so much better to have people boggle at how big that number is. I like it. It means that when I go to save and someone hasn't been watching me since the beginning, they're like, wait, what? But I will say, this is between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. And this is my save of Chapter 1 that was 12 hours long. So. High score in playtime. I'm a completionist on playtime. No, it's not hours, it's minutes. I think. I can't math. Somebody math that for me. That's 30 hours. That's 30 hours. Because it's 60 times 30 is 1800. Plus some change, but I do lazy person math. I do approximations. Which, let me tell you, as a person moving from the imperial system to the metric system, trying to get a sense of temperature, I try to like get a general sense of what each temperature range feels like. It's very approximate at this point. That's right, over 30 hours, good lord, is correct. You know, Dr. Meccano? We'll find out, depending on how many chapters of this game there are. Celsius is bad for body temperature, but also like temperature outside. It was like 6 degrees yesterday, and I was like, I think that's like roughly in the low to mid 40s. Roughly. It's cold enough that I definitely need a jacket, but not so cold that I need to really worry about it. So I'm learning metric. I don't like metric for temperature. I really, really do not. Fortunately, in Canada, you can kind of use both, which is both confusing and helpful. Just like the spelling isn't quite right. And then periodically I'll discover that there's a word that has an American spelling that I didn't realize was an American spelling until suddenly I'm the only one spelling it that way, and I'm like, oh. So, yeah. I feel like the temperatures are there's too few numbers between freezing and boiling in Celsius. So that's my concern with it. But it is much easier to do the math within metric. Don't boil in battery acid, folks. That's generally not good. You might turn out like Spamton. He got thrown in the dump. He got thrown in the trash. Somebody tried to delete him. I need to cover this. I feel with the amount of hours that I have spent listening to it, I think I should cover it. Yeah, exactly, Desi. Somebody tried to delete him. He was thrown in the trash bin, which is now the recycling bin. There was a period of time when Windows changed it from the trash can to the recycling bin, which is actually really funny to me. The Queen is hilarious. She's very funny. Toby Fox does humor very, very well. And I don't even know if she's evil. I think she's broken and twisted, just the way the king was broken and twisted. And I'm super, super, super excited to know who else is coming. Like, Lancer's not actually, is he the Jack? And do we have the ace? I don't remember. La, 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 la. Oh, by the way, happy Ace Week! High five to my ace, and I think also included under the umbrella for the week, Arrow siblings. Lancer is Jack of Spades in the light world. But the thing is, the Queen I don't think is Spades. Hi, not a skeleton. That's okay, you just missed a lot of talking, but you're here. Arrow week is another week. Okay, thank you, Wimsim. I hadn't realized that, because sometimes they share an umbrella and sometimes they do not. Well, happy Ace Week to my ace siblings. This time last year, I was on a panel about the history of the online ace community, and the ace community collectively apologized to me for my experiences when I was 18. And that was really meaningful, and I cried a lot. So it's really beautiful that that the community has grown and is now the good, kind, welcoming, and supportive place that it always should have been, but communities have growing pains. So yeah, I see you, my friends. I see you, and I believe you, and I just will never get over the fact that Ace has its own little cute nickname. I remember the first time I heard somebody say Ace, and I was like, wait, is that short for asexual? So we have a cute nickname! Oh my god. Oh my god. That's the best. So I'm delighted by it. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. And granted, this was back in 2002. So it's 2002, 2003, so it's been a while. It's had a chance to grow up a little. Yeah, I'm somewhere in the gray ace territory here, which is part of why it took me so long to realize I was gay. But it turns out girls are pretty. And I like them. And I don't think that I would have, in true demisexual fashion, I don't think that I would have been dumbfounded by Aerith in that dress if I hadn't already spent so many hours with Aerith in that game. Just saying. But because I had... Look, what do you want from me? Did I tell you I pre-ordered the statue? Because I did. I don't collect statues, but I was like, this is significant. She's not just pretty, but she also represents the moment that I had to come out on stream. I have a poster of her with that now. I do, Adam, I do. Oh my god. Look. If there were more things with Sully's, you would see that too. But instead, I just get to write about Locke and Sully's. Anyway, there's going to be more Darkness and Starlight coming. You should follow that. You want to read me write about the girl who likes a boy and the boy who likes that girl. The boy that I relate to and the girl that I think I've patterned one of my taste in girls after. Thank you, Chrono. Chrono is my hype man. Anyway, yeah. Oh, and I'm almost ready to announce my primary cast from Darkness and Starlight. The 5 main characters, the 5 heroes, have been cast. Several of them have visited my chat. There may even be one of them in the chat right this moment. Oh man. And 2 of them will be performing at my concert next week. That could be 3 if somebody else wanted to throw together a guitar set. Last minute. They should release the Cloud in the dress. I think that would be fantastic. Oh, Avalon says that I should stretch. Alright, I'm gonna stretch and we're gonna actually play this game, folks. So Justin apparently redid all of the plot bits that I did, so I have to walk across Owzer's gallery. Alright, well I appreciate that, Dr. Sweets, and I hope you wind up enjoying the podfic version. I have done so much music that I've gotten parts from friends to put in. I don't know. Oh, okay, Matt, I will drink some water. Blue Glass has redeemed stretch. Thank you. But Xena also redeemed stretch, so there's a lot of stretching happening. Arms over your head, folks. Try to get your arms behind your head and like pull them down a bit. If you're like me and all of your stuff involves putting your arms in front of you, you definitely need this. Roll out your shoulders. I don't know if you can hear the crackety crunchity of my shoulders when I do this on my very nice microphone, but it's a lot. So we're gonna do this. Samovar, well thank you for joining as much as you could. I'm sorry that this didn't work out for you, but there will be more of this. I will put it all up on YouTube, my friend. And I'm glad you could be here for a bit. I don't know what else to do with channel points, but I like the self-care options. Maybe if I start doing music streams again, I can have people be able to redeem them for music. Oh man. Let's do it. Shall we continue? Let's do it. Man, 24-hour clocks. I need to get used to those. Bing. Bing. We're gonna do it. Let me know if you have thoughts for things for channel points, by the way. Oh no, Fairy Puncher, I relate. I relate. It's happening. Adam, thank you for subscribing, friends. Hey. 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 If I haven't covered this song by then, my mom has a harpsichord, and if I can figure out how to get my vaccine passport stuff squared away, because Canada's rules are kind of changing right now, so that if I'm able to go down to the US for Christmas, I can't play the harpsichord, but my mother can. Would you like to hear a Lauren and her mom collaboration on this? I bet I could get her some sheet music to do this. I don't know if she'd want to be on my channel, so I might just show her hands or put a mask on her or something. Thanks, Mom. Oh, that would be really nice. I miss my mom. Oh, that's true. She did. She and my stepdad came by to say hi. They were not entirely comfortable with how important streaming was to me. And then I started sharing with them like the sweet messages and things that people have said about what this stream has like, the space that this stream has been for them. And after that, my mom and stepdad were like, okay, we get it. And that's why like they at some point came up to bring me dinner when I was streaming, and they like came and said hello. Oh, Chrono, we did nothing. We did nothing. We literally sat on the title screen and talked about restorative justice and forgiveness and redemption arcs. We did literally nothing. We didn't even load the game. Yeah, well, Chris is looking right into our soul. You know, what's funny is I wasn't actually super attached to Deltarune Chapter 1. And part of that is because I had a terrible year. The year that it came out was one of the more traumatic years of my recent life. And part of it was that I played the game kind of in a rush before going to Japan. But I was just also not in a good space. Just a lot of things went wrong with that. And I'm really glad that some of you enjoyed that initial stream and got something out of it. But it was a very, very bad time for me. Like, in ways that I can and cannot talk about on stream. Which is why, again, I forgot so much of it. Was because I've lost chunks of that year. Just a lot of very bad things happened that year. And the following, like, early the following year. Me too, Blue Glass. Me too. On so many levels. Thanks. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Smash Matt. Hi, Cole. Welcome. Susie does look really cool. I'm glad you enjoyed the first stream, but I feel like this stream, this year, I really clicked with Deltarune. Like, I could see, like, for all that Undertale was incredibly significant and powerful and did so much for me and so many other people and has had such an influence already on like stories that people are creating, not just in games but in other forms, and will continue to do so. We'll be feeling the ripple effects of Undertale, I think, for well over a decade. But I feel like emotionally, I may wind up being more connected to Deltarune as a story by the time I'm done with this. So it wasn't it languishing in dev hell, it wasn't it being a one-off thing for me. But I actually think having had some perspective from replaying chapter 1 with like a little bit of context helped it register more. And I sank more into it. I also feel like I've come into my own more as a streamer now. Specifically in this stream, like I've talked so much about how like my idea of streaming has changed and evolved over the past month and a half since I started streaming this game. And I could not be more grateful to it for that. And for all of you for being here. Yeah, but yeah, I was definitely, I think, preoccupied in 2018, and I think that was a big part of it. And I was really worried. And in 2018, I still wasn't fully wearing myself. I was also trying to wear someone else. And I think that made it harder. But I'm me. I'm me now. For the first time now, I'm fully me. And I think that makes it easier for me to engage with stories in a different way. And I think because so much of Deltarune is about identity and being yourself versus being who and what other people think you are, That's like literally been the focus of so much of my journey the past few years of my life, that I feel like in a way I've arrived at a place where I can now look back on that journey. And so I think that Deltarune is resonating with me on that level as well. Can I just talk about how much I like both Final Fantasy VI and Star Ocean? I love the mustache. Oh my god, it's so perfect. Thank you, Nautilus. You've been a good friend to me, and I appreciate your support. I really do. So thank you very much for that, and for continuing to be a good and supportive friend. The portraits... They do... they flash before they go, actually. That's actually very nice. Yeah, well, this game coming out of nowhere did a really nice job of, like, catching everyone off guard. Although when Fangamers said they were going to be doing a Deltarune Chapter 1 stream, I was like, we're getting Chapter 2. We're getting Chapter 2, which is why I tuned into the very, very, very end of that live stream. So I got to see the reveal of the confirmation of Reed as Asgore, but also I got to see, like, yes, there was Chapter 2. I just, look, okay? You are here for my ability to read into things. That extends to real life. I think it was whether he was planning Deltarune rather than making it HB, but I'm not sure. I hope it's not too weird when I look straight at the camera. But yes, actually, I'm pretty good at picking up on subtle things from, like, other people's stuff. Like, I will call people dating before other people do. I will predict. I'll be like, oh, so-and-so's the one behind this thing that's going on. And people are like, no. And I'm like, I'm going to get to the bottom of it because, by the way, I'm a little bit of a gossip, but only, like, about things that are not harmful. I don't like gossip that hurts people. But if there's, like, if I'm like, oh, man, I want to know who is behind this secret project. So-and-so and so-and-so are up to something that's a positive thing. I like to do that stuff. Yeah, Nautilus, that's exactly where I was. Yeah, no, the characters did need more time, and for me, a replay, getting to know them really helped. We do, don't we? Yeah, we have the key gen. Justin took care of it. Oh, okay, if somebody can help me get a PlayStation 5, like, if you can help me find one, we will do the Final Fantasy VII Remake DLC. Because apparently I care about Final Fantasy VII now, and the moment I saw Yuffie start talking and be like, I'm the girl detective, I was like, oh no. Yeah, have some faith in Justin, folks. Justin did it right. All the details are right. Can I just say that this is one of my favorite things that I have ever seen happen in any video game ever? Yeah, no, actually, you do win. Like literally, I'm not even kidding. I think that this is one of the best, like, it's funny, it's hilarious, it's character development, it plays with the idea of control and whether you have control over the characters, whether you make choices or the characters make choices on their own. But if you don't think about it that way, it's just like, haha, Susie, funny. She was like, no, you're gonna go without breaking them. That's ridiculous. But she's satisfied if you break them. She's like, yeah, that's good enough. I love Susie. I love Susie. And I love the fact, I said this earlier today, but I love the fact that Toby Fox took the bully and was like, no, actually, she's great, and made her the main character, and I love her. Cole, you'll have a different experience. Deltarune kind of expects you to know the story of Deltarune doesn't require you to know the story of Undertale, but the experience of Deltarune counts on you having emotional feelings due to Undertale, I feel. Yeah, no, Susie is like, screw your rules, screw your expectations, screw your gameplay mechanics. Video games? Okay, fine, but I play video games, she says. I'm gonna do this. This is my life. Tammy, yes, no, that is kind of that sound, which is really interesting, like that he's reusing that sound effect here. Yeah, no, I think that Susie being, I think that increasingly as Deltarune goes on, I think more and more of the characters are going to take action on their own, not just like in like gameplay things like this, whether it's Susie being like, it doesn't matter what choice you make, I'm doing that. Brilliant. Or this, which is like even more, because that's like a kind of like a cutscene moment, and so like there's like more context for like characters, and cutscenes will sometimes do something that isn't what you expect. This isn't a cutscene. This is just wandering around. She goes off and does something big and loud and noticeable. Like, what else is she going to do? Yeah, and she was like, we should be able to act too. And like, it's neat because like it does open up and make the gameplay more fun, that you can then have those characters, but it so works this thematically. It reinforces the themes of the game. It's so cool. Susie's the most interesting character. I love her a lot. She's just really great. There is an incredible amount of brilliance in how Toby Fox approaches both his writing and his game design. Like, it's not a fluke accident that Undertale resonated with people as well as it did, and I feel like Deltarune is showing like the maturity and development of everything in him that made Undertale brilliant. So I think that Undertale is, because Undertale's more of a fairy tale, and it came first, and it was this cultural thing. So I think that Undertale's influence is, I think, going to be felt more. But I think that Deltarune as an experience is going to, I don't know, they're influencing us in different ways. They're shaping stories in different ways. They are both pushing the limit of what story is in an interactive gameplay experience in different ways. Like, it's amazing. Like, how did he manage to do this? A lot of what he does, I can't apply to the kind of stories that I create. Bye, Nautilus. Have fun. I'll talk to you later. I want to ask you about something. But take care and have a good evening. Icy Moon, yes. Actually, we spent an hour and a half talking, and now we're going back. Yeah, Undertale is a fairy tale. This game is very much Alice in Wonderland. But like, so a lot of what Toby Fox does in these games can't be directly applied because I don't create stories in interactive mediums. But there's a lot that he does that can be applied because good storytelling is good storytelling is good storytelling. Writing is good. He's so good. He can write, and I'm going to say this a million times. And you know, when the next chapter or chapters come out, like, expect me to say this then too. He can write hilarious, ridiculous dialogue, like with clever wordplay or really low humor, and the low humor frequently comes when you least expect it. So even for someone like me who doesn't like humor, low humor, I'm so caught off guard by the timing of it that it still works for me. The phrasing of his humor is spot on. Like, not only is he sometimes trying to say funny things, but he says it in a way that again reinforces the humor. But then when he decides to write something beautiful, whether it's stabbing you in the gut or just like giving you like that feeling of awe of like the power of the words, like, he can do that. Pacing, I don't have any complaints about the pacing of this story, and that's even with my inability to respect Toby Fox's innate game pacing. I cannot do it. And yet it still works so well. Oh my god, he's so good. And use of comic relief, and not even always comedy, but his use of relief. His very careful playing with your emotional state. He knows exactly how much he can push you to feel before it's time to break it. Even with Spamton, the particular balance in Spamton's conversation between annoyance, hilarity, and horror. Is there a word for annoyance that begins with an H? I really want to alliterate that one. No, annoyance, I don't know. That Sleeper, that's a good suggestion. I'm gonna think on that. Norris, annoyance. We're rolling with it. We're rolling with annoyance. I like it. It's bold. It's daring. It refuses to be constrained by your rules. We're going with annoyance. The 3 H's of Spamton. Annoyance, hilarity, and horror. We've got it. Oh, that's fantastic, Dr. Sweet. See, I have not listened to any of those voices. I fully hope by the time I am done with this, just inundate me in the stuff that I need to see, as long as it's not going to spoil things once we're done. Tara, Susie broke some pottery. But not a lot. We've just been talking about stuff. Yeah, Blue Glass, I can imagine, and I understand it. I just didn't see it because I was busy talking, because that's what I do. Okay, so we disrespected some pottery. But yeah, so Toby Fox is brilliant, and the way that he has ludonarrative assonance and ludonarrative dissonance. Like, he knows exactly when to break your expectations and when to play to your expectations. He knows the fact that now we expect him to break our expectations, so he breaks our expectations that he's going to break our expectations. Like, he's so good. He's so good. He's so good. Ludonarrative harmony, so good. I'm really looking forward to posting up my very first Deltarune cover, and I'm going to try to do some more stuff. I don't know. What I really want to do is I want to do a twofer of I want to do another medium and a Cyber's World. I want to do both of those, 2 of them in the same style, because they serve similar roles for me. And you can believe I'll be singing along with both of them, but I have to figure out how on earth I'm going to arrange them. And then I have to get friends to play all the stuff. He also knows when to break the pottery. No, Coyote Dash, that is correct. La, la, la. Oh, hello. La, da, 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 da. What if I don't want to fight you? Because I've befriended enough of them, right? Right? La, 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 la. Yeah, no, Justin got all of my flags. La, 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 la. And then he's like, hey, Lauren, do you like Final Fantasy VI? And I was like, yes, I do. Oh, wait, no, this is it. This is it. This is the room. This is the room. So what Justin did was Justin acted as though I had gone through this room and then walked back to save. Oh man, Coyote Dash, I love Heavensward. Did you do the post Heavensward content? Have you done the Dragon Song War? It's very good. All right. I just want you to know that the temptation to take a bathroom break right here is great. But I'll spare you so we don't crash. I also re-downloaded Deltarune, the newest version. All right, let's do it. Oh my god, Coyote Dash, I cried so hard. I cried so hard. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna redo my Be Right Back picture. I'm not sure exactly how, but it might have Flutebot and fairies and stuff. Be RB. Last time, I had the world's smallest bananas. Then my roommate got the mini bananas. I was gonna bring one of them out on stream, and I forgot. So I left a half-eaten banana from breakfast on my desk, so that even my ADHD brain could not. I'm glad to know that spoiler chat is filled with bananas, as it should be. This is the I just had a banana on stream dance. This is the potassium dance! I feel like the Queen would approve of that being the official dance of the music. Here. Bum, bum, bum. Potatoes are also surprisingly high in protein. They're actually a really good food. For all that people talk about them as being empty carbs, they're not actually. They're quite substantial. The pictures on the castle theme? Like Super Mario 64? Potatoes are really good. You leave the skins on if you're making mashed potatoes, obviously. And if you're making baked potatoes, you make the baked potato skin all crunchy and you put some salt on that. I like salt. Because I am not a salty gamer, I have to get my salt somewhere else. Oh, they have iron as well. Oh, I should eat more potatoes. I have an iron deficiency problem. Man, when I went to Ireland, I was delighted to find that they do actually eat a lot of potatoes there because, like, you're like, eat the foods of your people. Go for it. And then it was delicious, and I ate a lot of potatoes, and I would have potatoes with my potatoes. It was great. Huh. Oh. Garlic potatoes are good. Like a shawarma place's garlic potatoes, like slathered in garlic sauce. Good stuff. Latkes are also amazing. They definitely are. Those are the potatoes of my people. Oh man, I'm really excited actually. Hanukkah is early enough in the year this year that I'm gonna be able to introduce my roommate to Hanukkah before I go to Texas for the holidays. So I'm very excited. Don't eat a raw potato like an apple. I think you'll make yourself sick. I really want to do a cooking stream. I don't know what to cook. Beige keys, thank you for following. Are we talking like music keys? Because I like keyboards. Why don't we talk about we'll talk about what kind of stuff we want me to cook and we'll do a cooking stream. Those usually happen on the weekends during the days, so they'd be convenient for you folks. La, 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 la. Oh yeah, nightshades. You don't want to mess with the nightshade. I will make any cake. So Fedijay, last time we crashed, and then I tried streaming yesterday, and power went out in half of downtown Toronto, including my apartment, so we did not make any progress. And then today, well, I talked. Sorry. But we are now back where we were thanks to Jessen fixing up my save, so we shouldn't crash. Are you ready? I would try Flan. The problem is that burning yourself on caramel is bad. Don't do it. We're gonna actually do it. No, I only had one banana. I will have you know, I did need to take a bathroom break because of all of the hydration you're having me do, but also I got the idea. I saw the banana on my desk and I was like, this is the time. We're gonna do it. Oh man, Infinite Snowman, I appreciate that. It's okay, Avalon. Alright, let's do it. Oh, look at that. That's what the key gen's for. There's a switch. I bet that I'm gonna be told to do that. Basement. I'm afraid of hitting the switch. Oh man, HP, if he did, I would be like, Toby Fox, you know me so well. As a reminder to everyone, if you wish to yell your spoilers or your backseating, you may go to our Discord, request access to stream spoilers. You may use any channel you want, just at the mods, and say, mods, may I have stream spoiler access, please? Or you can just request it and there may be a mod that's active already, and they will give you access to the room. You can spam bananas. Go bananas with your spoilers and backseating, and I won't see any of it, so it's great. Because I know that the temptation is great. Oh my god, I would love for Susie to make fun of me. Oh good, well bananas are delicious. That's my official non-spoilerific opinion. The banana bread is one of my favorite foods, and possibly my favorite thing to bake. In fact, usually for my birthday, I make banana cake. In fact, this year, I think on stream, I made a banana cake. I think you can find the archive of that stream on my Twitch VODs and YouTube. With no recipe. And I think I took some feedback from folks, because I call it chaos baking. However, I also am not tormenting like a Darkner Kingdom, so. Banana bread is a superior food, and I love it. Carrot cake is good, don't get me wrong, although apparently it turns out I'm allergic to pineapple, so I can't have the like hummingbird cake style version of carrot cake. That's fine, because I like it with just carrots anyway. You can make carrot and banana cake, or apples, and I think it's apple and carrot cake you can make. Banana nut bread is fine. I like chocolate chips in my banana cake. In fact, I think I had a chocolate chip banana cake as my college graduation cake at my college graduation party. Pumpkin bread is excellent, alright? You get the spices just right, put some fresh ginger in. Yeah. And a good cream cheese frosting goes a long way. Zucchini bread is excellent. My favorite brownie recipe is actually a zucchini brownie recipe. It's fantastic. Fettuccine, in this case, you're making baked goods with them rather than baking them. So you are controlling the level of sweetness with how much sugar you put in. I like to put cinnamon in my banana bread, so I could make a banana cinnamon bread with butterscotch icing. Homemade butterscotch is actually pretty easy to make, and I bet I could whip some of it into butter and make a butterscotch buttercream with it. We could do this. Like, you have to realize that when we talk about baking, this isn't a challenge that I will shy away from. No, I would never use butterscotch chips. I don't like the taste. I like homemade butterscotch, which I only first started making because of Undertale, but it turns out it's quite easy. Is this gonna change the music? I bet that's a way out. We're not gonna go there yet. But see, butterscotch is hard. Or not hard, it's soft. You'd have to be able to break it, you'd have to like make it hard, but it's soft actually. Butterscotch is a soft and chewy caramel. It's actually the easiest one. Oh man, Highland Drain. I really want to go to MagFest. My FOMO is going to be through the roof if I don't go. And I could plan my trip to Texas to be long enough that I don't have to do another international trip and can just like go up and down like domestically in the US. And I can probably find a friend I can crash with because I know enough people I can probably make that happen. And in fact, if I want to, I can even apply to do a panel. I can do like my overcoming shyness and making friends panel. I can find a way to adapt it for social distancing. But like, I don't know. I really want to go. And a lot of my friends are making the decision to go and I'm really fighting with myself on it. So I don't know. I love MagFest. I've only missed one MagFest in like the past like almost 10 years. Maybe it is 10 years. Yeah, I know. Conventions are scary. Like, this is the thing is there's like... I am deeply conflicted. That's the answer. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Be very careful making caramel properly. What makes butterscotch a wonderful caramel is butterscotch is actually a fantastic beginner's caramel because it's much easier to get right and harder to get wrong, whereas real caramel is very difficult to get right your first try if you don't really know what you're doing because you're basically cooking sugar to exactly the right point. If you want to make homemade butterscotch, go to Smitten Kitchen, look up her recipe. She also has a butterscotch pie recipe, which if you just add some cinnamon to the crust, you got a butterscotch cinnamon pie, my friends. Let's go down, Biff. Oh man, Sunlight Azrael wants to make sure I'm not slouching. Sorry, Sunlight Azrael, I was absolutely slouching. Yeah, no, I would actually recommend if you're at all interested, butter, lots and lots of butter. But scotch, the presence of the word scotch actually has something to do etymologically with some other word. Like butterscotch is apparently an old word, so scotch in butterscotch is not actually scotch as in scotch whiskey. It's not a beef pun, it's me willfully misreading Basement 1 floor. MagFest is fun, and I usually, like, in the past we've done a Flutie Pie's hotel block, where a bunch of us go in together and we usually have like 2 or 3 rooms. This year is kind of an exceptional special case. Favorite dessert? Oh, don't make me choose, there's a lot I will lose my mind over. Alright, hydrate, I'll drink some water. But yeah, even if we don't have a Flutie Pie's hotel block, like we will always do a meetup. At any convention, in fact, that I'm at, I will do a meetup with folks. It's fun. I don't remember the full etymology of butterscotch, I just remember around a hole in it. Oh, and it could be our best friend's room. Biff from Back to the Future, man. La, 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 la. Raise the channel points, Sunlight Azrael? Let's go down. No, I actually want you to come see the scary thing with me. Alright. Remember, I'm watching you. Spoiler chat exists for a reason. Behave yourselves, children. Behave yourselves. Because we don't even know for sure that this is going to be where Spamton is sending us. I think it is, but I wasn't sure. Should I just not look at chat? Oh, it got quiet in here. Alright, I'm going to turn my volume up so that it can shock me with its volume. Okay, so the keygen got used. Okay, it got used up. I don't remember what Gerbil's place was like exactly. Ooh, we have a staircase that's coming apart. Gerbil's place felt like it was more like a part of where it was. Like it felt like it was the basement of a castle. Whereas this looks different. I like the touch of the broken stairs though. That makes me think of something from Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. It's very ominous. And there's wind blowing. Oh my goodness! This is like an overgrown... But there's still computer parts. I think that's like computer fans and things. Alright. Save point. Tell me what I see. It is not telling me what I see. This is, I think, the only save point that hasn't told me what I see. Sorry. I don't trust Toby Fox not to, like... Alright. Well, I don't know what I see. Why does the thing not give me a description? It is so interesting having plants. There haven't been plants anywhere else in the digital world. I don't think so. I don't think there's been anything organic. I think it's all been exclusively digital. So having plants be here is very interesting. I wonder if we're going to get some sort of a Mother 3 reference. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna see if the dust goes anywhere or does anything. Like, is it gonna show me like a secret entrance? Is it gonna turn into a monster? Something is very wrong here. That much is apparent. So Gerbil's room... like I said, Gerbil's room didn't feel like it was a wrongness. Gerbil's room felt like it was a part of the world that it was in. There were characters that talked about it. This feels like a wrongness. This feels like a something else. Which I'm way down for. Okay. That face looks like something. I'm pretty sure that that sound sounds louder and has more of an echo than normally. I love that it's dark dollars in your money hole. I bet that I'm going to regret actually getting this stuff. I bet that there's going to be something that's going to be like, you shouldn't have opened all the treasure chests. It's more dust. Ah, the dust resets. Interesting. What do you look like? What do you look like? You look like something. Oh, geez. No, that was bad. I don't like that. I think the sound of fans got louder. Oh, geez. Oh, holy crap. I thought it was like, it looked kind of like Strong Sad was coming to haunt me or something. Going way down. But it is interesting that it's using one of the same, like, oh my god, their little spin thing looks super cool. It kind of makes me think of like Somebody in Chrono Trigger? Maybe Isla? But it is interesting that this feels like this is like an older, former version of a place, but it still has the teacups. The teacups are actually a little bit of levity that is not elsewhere here. You know? Not that they're like actually played for laughs, but because they're both familiar and relatively inherently lighthearted. They're a little bit of a relief, just a little bit. All right, this could be a door, or it could be like a capsule containing something. I think it's a door. Nope. Oh, I turned off the power supply. Okay, cool. That's not going to have any consequences or anything. Oh! Oh my god! Are you serious? I'm going to die here. I'm going to die here. Holy crap! Alright. I'm going to try this again. This is a really pretty song, though. I feel like this game over screen feels like it looks like a game over screen from a game, from an arcade game. Oh my god, I love this song. It is similar to the legend and construction and instrument, isn't it? Okay, well, I'm going to continue. And we're going to listen. We're going to do our best, folks. Wait, hold on. Oh! Oh! Oh, right, there's checkpoints. There's checkpoints. That's very nice. That's very nice of them. Thank you, Toby Fox. Okay, well now I'm expecting this, so I will try my best to not die here. No promises. Okay, hold on. Holy jeez, holy jeez! I'm dying a whole lot. Nope, nope. Sorry, folks. We're gonna keep going a few times and see if I can get it. All right, let's see if I can figure it out. I'm gonna try to stop panicking. And I'm gonna try to see if I can make sense of this despite my poor reflexes. All right, so this one is gonna be moving this way. Oops. That was fast. Hold on. Let's see. This is truly the elevator. So does this... I mean, it's not actually gravity, but elevators and gravity are related. And I feel like... therefore, since gravity is the true ultimate enemy in Dark Souls and other games, I feel as though this is... The elevator's the Dark Souls. No, I was more saying like... Okay. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, hold on. That's fair, Sleeper. I have a really hard time with clockwise and counterclockwise and things like that. So, like, I have very poor reflexes, which is part of why I struggle with the combat in this game. Because this game is definitely harder. Oh my god, Chris landing in their three-point pose. They look so awesome. Well, we're gonna see how I do with this. But I'm... Okay, hold on. So it's going this way? I'm going... Oh! hold on. No, I feel like the way that I'm moving the stick isn't working. There's something wrong with the stick. With the way I'm using the stick, not the stick itself. So I'm gonna try again. The teacups are, oh, use the D-pad? Okay, thank you. I'm bad with D-pad, but I will use the D-pad. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Let's see if I can figure this out. Okay. Which way are you gonna go? Ah! I'm not. Hold on. I'm missing something. Give me a second. There's something obvious that I'm doing wrong. Because it's having me go around when it shouldn't be going around. And so therefore there's something about the way the controls work that isn't the way that I intuitively think the controls work. I'm gonna try something. There should be a way to practice doing something going down here to make sure that you understand it, but okay. Hold on. Don't tell me, folks. But I'm also really not looking at chat here. You'll be able to tell when I look at chat. Probably anyway, because I'll be like looking over that way. Haha! Oh! I got it. I got it. It's just clockwise or counterclockwise. That's all you have to control. You don't have to spin the whole circle. That makes it vastly easier. Okay. So it's just a matter of timing and knowing whether you're going clockwise or counterclockwise. Or I guess hit left or hit right. It's probably easier for me to keep up with. That is much, much less bad. Okay, Toby Fox. You got me this time. Let's see if I can do it. Alright. At least I think so. I think that's what it was doing. Alright, so I'm going to sit here with my fingers like left thumb, right thumb. Oh, hold on. I'm not very good at... Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Okay. No, I think I'm getting it. I'm having a hard time processing it. I will get it. I will get it. I will get it. No, I can do this. I can do this. I don't know if you can tell, even though I'm messing up, I'm understanding better. Sorry, I realize I'm like probably like off my camera a bit. There we go. Okay. Okay. At least we get to see Chris doing their 3-point pose, which is really cool. I'm sorry, but they have a really cool set. Like he knows what's cool in his games, have a strong sense of what's cool. Oops, wrong way. Oh, geez. Okay, I'm having a really hard time. Hold on. So I know a few folks are following. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm not really seeing, I'm not seeing chat so much right now. But thank you for following. If you want, when I'm done with this, like you can like say, hi, I'm the one who followed you and I'll thank you by name. Or actually, I guess I've got a mini fade on Streamlabs. So, okay. UG Gix, thank you for following, and Maze Sweet, thank you for following. There you go. I got some names. All right. Oh, geez. Ah! Oh, gosh, close. Okay. Okay. I think I'm making some progress. I think I'm making progress. I think I'm getting it. It would have been impossibly frustrating if I hadn't figured out that all you have to do is left and right. That makes it much less annoying. Like, because in this case, I'm like, oh, I'm figuring out. Maybe I'll like kind of memorize the pattern, sort of, although it's not entirely a pattern. Because the blanks, part of it is that I'm not really fully registering what part of the screen is. It's definitely easier on the D-pad. No question, thank you all. Or you could just do that. Yeah. Sorry. I realized that I just got off and was like, there's no way I'm gonna come back from this, so we're gonna do this. It's all good, just keeping you on your toes. I already ate my banana, so now I'm fueled by, excuse me, powered by potassium. He does spooky places very well. Oops. Oh! Okay, that final boss section, I think will be okay if you just can time it right to start with, otherwise you're gonna have some trouble. Alright. Yes, it does look rather like DNA, doesn't it? Alright. Let's give this a try, shall we? Alright. Let's try this again, shall we? Oh, jeez! I got off! Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, I need to situate myself correctly. God, it makes such an ominous noise when it lands. I believe these are truly the teacups from hell. I think that that is a safe assumption. A fair categorization. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, folks! Okay, Lauren. Oh, geez, I did it again! How do I keep doing it again? Oh, geez. Okay. There's like so many right places to be and a few wrong ones, and I keep winding up with the wrong ones. Okay, let's try this again. Man, this is not very forgiving, is it? That's okay. I'll figure it out, and I'll feel awesome by the time I'm done. Just you wait. Just you wait. Just you wait and see. There we go. There we go. Okay, hold on. Oh, it shows on the ground. No, oh my god. I mean, I'm dying, but it shows the shadow. So if you just move the shadow, look at the shadow. Don't look at the thing, look at the shadow. Okay. Okay. I'm going to try that. Okay. No, folks, I don't usually do... Something I've been working on has been trying to, like, actively get better at understanding game mechanics and observing what happens on the screen and figuring out how things are working. And it's something that I've been trying to... that Hades is actually giving me good opportunities to practice. So, okay. Ah, darn it! Oh, geez, no! I'm gonna get it next time. Just you wait and see. I'm gonna get it next time. Okay. Clearly, though, looking at the shadows is the way to do it. I figured that out all on my own. Very proud of myself. I refuse to be backseated. Okay, hold on. No, not again! Oh my god. That's what I get. That's the response to my hubris. I said I was gonna get it this time, and the game is like, no. No, you will not, Lauren. Oh, man. It really sucks, though. You can basically just die in that first round if you do it wrong, because it just keeps hitting you over and over again. Okay, let's try this again. Sorry, folks. It's actually a good... Well, no, we would have had full... I think we would have... Maybe we would have had time to do this. I don't know. This just would have been... Oh, stop talking, Lauren. Stop talking. Oh, my God! I did it. I did it wrong. I'm just... Why am I doing this? Why am I struggling with the start of it when I was doing fine last time? Well, not last time, but I was getting there. Chris, I'm sorry, friend. I'm letting you down. You're depending on me to help you with this. You'd probably do better without me on this, Chris. Can you, like, autopilot? Chris is like, no, Lauren. You can't give up when it's hard just because it's hard. Oh my god, I did it again! Oh my god. Oh my god. No, 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 I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I swear I can do it. I want to get there. I'm sorry. My one consolation here is knowing that probably everybody else who played this is like this, with a few exceptions. So anybody who watches somebody stream this game probably knows what they're getting into with this. Probably. Or if you're on YouTube, you can just like skip straight ahead. And miss me telling some sort of super cool and special story that only the people who are sitting with me this entire time get to hear. I don't know what that story would be. No! Ah, wrong way. Oh. I'm so close. I'm so close. I'm so close. I'm so close. I'm so close, folks. I can do it. I can do it. All right. I don't think there's time to heal in the middle of it. I mean, I guess I could try. I can't even remember which button does healing. Or it could just not even matter because I just like lose all my health right there at the beginning. Oh, man. Okay. The problem with that is what if it uses up a healing item every time and then you run out of healing items at the checkpoint? I don't know. I do like it when games are like, you've died to this a few times. Do you want to do a little easier version of it? Sometimes I'm like, no, I can do it. Sometimes I'm like, yes, please. But I feel like I can do this. I feel like I can do this. How on earth are these not... Oh, thank you for the victory bits. Hi. Wait, what? My health. But no, but I mean, like, I swear. What? 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 I started the crocodigators. Oh my god, I was missing health from the crocodigators. Thank you for cheering, folks, and for following. Oh my god. I had no idea because it doesn't. Oh. So does that mean that I actually, because I'm sitting here like, wow, I took a lot of damage. Did I not? Oh, man. Oh, my God, Chrono. Well, I wasn't looking at chat because I thought you folks couldn't resist backseating. Whoops. I'm sorry, Chrono. I'm sorry, friend. Still, how many tries did that take me? Oh my god, Adam, thank you. Well, see, I wouldn't have wanted to. Thank you for subscribing. Here we have a little bit of hits theme to break the creepiness of this. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, Polarized Gamer, thank you for unlurking. So I'm glad I didn't look because the shadows, I was really proud of myself for figuring out the shadows on my own. And that sort of thing is why I didn't look. Because if I got super stuck, then I might have asked for a hint. Unshelled Almond is a cute name. I like that. Edgar Ware, excuse me, Edgar Ware, if you are in the chat, are you named for the character in Final Fantasy VI? It's okay even if not. Yeah, if somebody, oh my god, I don't even know what a hype train is. Like, are we supposed to like have like a, like, oh man, what if instead of a hype train, we had a fandom train? Oh my god, thank you. Edgar Ware's Strong Bad's, oh man, oh, there's a Strong Bad influence, a reference that I didn't get. I'm sorry, but that's, oh my god. This is a lot of, okay. Clearly, oh my god, there's a hype train. I'm sorry, but I feel like a hype train needs to be accompanied with Sabin suplexing the train. I don't know how to set that up, but just everybody like, just like picture like Sabin suplexing a train. Thank you for subscribing. Snow Hacks, thank you for subscribing. Thank you everybody for that, for your support and cheerfulness. And for I don't know what hype trains do, Dr. Sweets. I'm like the least twitchy twitch that ever twitched. The suplex in your mind's eye, yes. Axel, thank you. I do actually have an image that I did of Sabin suplexing Thomas, the tank engine. I did a really bad screen edit somewhere. So like, I could just like have it so that I pop that up or something like that. I don't know. Some trains aren't usually a thing that happens enough for me to have really thought about it. But thank you very much. Oh man. Okay, well how is this, instead of a really bad exclusive emote, what if instead we just suplex a train somehow? I don't know how, but I'll figure out a way. Hello, Anonymous Cheerer. Thank you. I appreciate your cheer, friend. Thanks, Smash Matt. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Oh man, Xylian, I'm glad to know that you are thinking Final Fantasy VI. Well, thank you. So was the Helix hard? Because I feel like it's the sort of thing where either you get it right or you get it wrong, and you just have to commit to it all the way through. Oh man. I don't have a Sabin perler. I have, surprising nobody, I have 2 Lock Coal perler bead things that people have given me. I have a Sans, 2 Paulas, a Ness, 2 Locks, and I think I might have one other. The Helix, okay. You hit the timing on the Helix or you die. Well, I got it that time. I'm very proud of myself. How many times did I die to the teacup ride? Including the ones where I just like, just like, psh, it's not even any point to keep going. I don't know. 10? That doesn't feel too bad. Deltarune death counting. 8? Was it 8? I feel like that's pretty good. I feel like I did pretty well on that. Folks, I may still struggle with Toho style bullet hells, but I feel like I can learn. I can think. I saw the shadows all on my own. I figured them out, and it's so much more satisfying. That was really exciting for me. And apparently, I don't know, it wasn't half health, because like I'm at half health now, and I feel like I took more than 2 damages that time. Or did I? How much damage is... I don't know. Am I a big shot? I appreciate that nobody told me what to do, because you might have told me, but I didn't see it, so it's like it never happened. Oh man. I intercepted the shadows with my brain. I took 30 damage this time. Okay, that's not bad. Look, Norris, I'm giving chat credit. So I wonder, this is clearly... I would say that what I just faced is what Shadowrun would have as ice, but not black ice, fortunately, because it didn't reach through the game and cause actual physical damage to the Lauren in the flesh. So it is clear to me that this is some sort of a security countermeasure. Oh no, Chrono! Maybe this was black ice then. I mean, I guess I could heal. When did I get S poison? Where did I get S poison? Did I have S poison before? Did we have a... Oh, I bought it from Spamton. Okay. Did we have a wholesome moment? We are having a wholesome moment. This is a wholesome moment. Thank you for... Okay. The candy. Dark candy. Yeah, dark candy is normal and I can get more of it. Okay. Yes. We're gonna do that. Alright. I did that for you, Chrono. I'll have you know, left to my own devices, I would be like, there's a save point just on the other side of this, so I'll be fine. But I did that for you, my friend. Good. Have some candy. It's almost Halloween. Indiecade Awards. Oh my god. Smackian, good luck to your game. And anyone else who has a game going, let me know who wins Indiecade. If there are games that I desperately need. Yes, that's right. Very Puncher, Gerbil, and Scantron. Oh, look, it's not my fault. Okay, I have to stretch. We have to stretch. Everyone, arms over heads. Stretch. Oh my god. Is this like an Internal Darkness or all those other games where you have like anxiety or like bad, like you have like your level and you have to keep the level down or else like bad things start happening and you all just start smashing the pots because you lose your minds? Huh. Yeah, no, nobody was mean, but also like I did not want to be backseated, so. Alright. Now notice these are grounded plugs though. They have the big one and the little one. What happens if I open you now? Still dust. Still dust. Alright. Yeah, so you just have to keep moving with those guys. More dust. I actually don't... Dust in Undertale, if I remember correctly, is monsters who've fallen down. Jarwolf, thank you for following. Hello. I'm gonna go back to probably not looking at chat just because I get the feeling that this is something significant. Alright, we did it, folks. We did it. Are you happy? We made it. We saved. We healed. Continue to your spoiler chat. Again, if you wish to spoiler backseat without breaking Lauren's heart, you can go to our Discord and ask, because I know that there will be a mod ready and waiting in general chat or in stream chat. Ask for stream spoilers access and they will give it to you. And you can join everybody in spamming bananas and yelling about this and going bananas about your spoiling and your backseating. You can get it all out of your system. You can cling together and be like, oh my god, Lauren is driving me crazy. Oh, is that a train track? Oh, that's not good. I have watched... Huh, wait. Oh, what? Okay. I'm sorry, folks, but I am what I am. Hold on. Just waiting to see if anything ominous appears. No, it does not appear that we have ominous. I'm gonna stand off to to the side in case a train comes. Trains, though. I don't want to accidentally progress the story. Okay. Alright. Wait. Okay. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. I had to make sure, folks. Look. You don't want to accidentally progress the plot. This is going to be really interesting, actually. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. No problem here. No problem here. No problem here. I'm sorry. But if you didn't think I was going to do this at every single moment, if you haven't watched me stream, just in case. This is really cool looking, folks. This is really cool looking. I'm just going to take a moment. I'm trying to remember what exactly Spamton looks like. But we appear to have a robot held up by creepy vines, which is an image that you've seen in things. There was an indie game I really wanted to play. That was like you like put different memory sticks into a robot that like was suspended kind of like this. I don't remember what it was called. This is really cool looking. It's very evocative. It's very effective. It's creepy, and I don't know how creepy he's going to go with it, which is really interesting to be kind of like at the edge of my seat, wondering exactly what Toby Fox is going to do and how creepy he's going to let it go. But it's nice and ominous. Like, are the vines coming from this? Are they vines? I thought they were vines, and I thought that they were something organic, so I kind of wondered if we were going to be doing some sort of a Mother 3 inspired, like, technological organic something, or maybe like the organic is overtaking. But now that I see these, I wonder if these are not actually vines at all, but just cables. So let's find out, shall we? Inside the old machine. It's a robot. Did you notice that the heart actually didn't start off, I don't think, halfway? I think it started off closer to yes, but I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's because it has to have space for the heart on the left side of yes, so yes is farther to the side. I don't know. Either way, I choose to believe that Chris wants to get involved here. So we're going to do it. Because I don't know if the game's going to lock me out if I say no, and I don't trust that. Even though I want to see what happens when you say no. I always want to see what happens when you say no. Why do you do this to me, Toby Fox? Alright, let's do it. Let's do it, friends. Empty disk. Oh, I hope I didn't do that wrong. I guess we'll find out. There's gonna be trains. They're gonna try to kill me. I don't know what to do. I guess I'm gonna keep going. It's strange that there's trains and they're not going. The trains aren't running. There used to be trains before there were cars. I'm going to save on a second save, just in case, because I'm scared that I made a mistake. Let's see, it got darker. I'm at this point I'm expecting to be a, wait, hold on. No. Nope. I'm not going back yet. What if something's changed in here? Oh. Okay, but hear me out. What if something's changed in here? The chest is empty, but no comment there. I did just save, right? I did just save. Oh, Toby Fox. These guys look like something in particular, and I don't know what they look like. What is it that I keep thinking of? What do you make me think of, buddy? What do you make me think of? I don't know. That's gonna bug me. I'm gonna think on it some more. Alright, well there's nothing there. But I am gonna try to remember to come back and check those treasure chests if something else changes. Does it get darker? A little bit darker, a little bit darker. Then it gets lighter again, I don't know. Maybe that's just my screen. That can't be it. I must have done something wrong. Oh my gosh. They're so cute. Look at this. Sorry, there's good music. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. She stole his glasses. Susie, oh my god. I mean, she's adorable. She's adorable in glasses. Poor Halsey, he can't see. So, what we were saying earlier about Susie kind of being a little bit of a bully, and how she's like changed, but also not super changed, if that makes sense. Like, she's still herself, good and bad. She just, like, her better self. We're now seeing the goodness of Susie, but she's still somebody who is not always, like... Susie is good, but she is not always kind. Oh my god. Susie, did you break them? No, those are her eyebrows. Look at his beautiful eyes. He has his mother's beautiful eyes. Oh my god. I'll say, you are gonna break everyone's hearts, you pretty boy. He does look a lot like Toriel. Like, he definitely takes after his mother, I feel. Okay, I mean, maybe Azrael doesn't look exactly like Ralsei, but whatever. Whatever. He is a pretty boy. He's super cute, and that's clearly not meant to be... That's clearly not meant to be an accident. Like, the detailing on his eyes, clearly you're supposed to be like, oh, he's got pretty eyes, because he has pretty eyes. They're beautiful. Look, even look at his little sprite. His little sprite has like little lashes. Oh my god, he's so cute. Look at what a cutie he is. Yes, he's protecting everyone from the beauty of his eyes. La 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 la. What do I have equipped? La 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 la. Oh, my fluffiness is up. That's important. La 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 la. Oh, we get monies up. Which one do we get monies up for? Oh, it's a card. Okay. This one doesn't. Wait, the mannequin? Wait, who can equip the mannequin? Excuse me. What? Can anyone equip the mannequin? Oh my god, I want to see what it does. I want to stick it on somebody who will comment on it. What? What? Only Chris can use the mannequin? Oh my god, folks. Oh my god, I'm really excited about what it is. La, 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 la. Can I seriously not put it on anybody? My cuteness went up. The dress is cute. Okay, so he won't wear it. Oh my god. Whoa, oh god. She's like, I won't wear. Okay, I have to. I'm sorry. I have to put it on. I have to put it on and see if anything happens because it has a question mark. Wait, hold on. Didn't I say I was gonna subject you guys to that if you started backseating? So I used up that... Did somebody want... Oh! Thanks, Toby Fox. Original Starwalker. Notice Starwalker's not chilling here. I wanted that. Shortcuts! Shortcuts. Shortcuts. Shortcuts that are gonna appear. So what's funny, because it's Toby Fox, is that he's like, they're gonna talk about shortcuts that are gonna appear, that open up later, and I was like, you mean like the door? The door? The door is a shortcut that opens up later. But actually, he defied my expectations. Hold on, is this can I walk this way? Is this a way or is this a wall? It's a wall. Darn it. La, 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 la. Okay, can you folks be good? Can you promise me you won't spoil or backseat anything? Can you promise that you'll constrain it to spoiler chat on Discord? Will you be good? Okay. I'll hold you to it. I can start looking at chat. I like you all and I like talking to you. I just have to make sure you're going to behave yourselves. Or Intrusive is going to shoot backseaters with lasers. Thank you so much. No, Toby Fox seems like he is making some small additions. Thinking about the eyes. Newbert post. Oh man. Oh my god, 3D tutorial. She's pretty terrifying. Alright. I will trust you to be good. Nico is drawing. That's a good thing. If you occupy your hands with something that isn't. Von Diva the Rebel, thank you for following and welcome, friend. Were people doing that Infinite Snowman? I feel like that's probably something that they put more in the channels on Discord. All right. Here's your butlers, by the way. If you want butlers, there are butlers here. I got stuck on that word. Alright, here we go. I want there to be an entire army of people cosplaying as the shiny, sexy butlers when conventions resume. Although actually, you could do this with a mask, so there you go. Okay, so they won't talk to me about that. La, 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 la. These seem to be in reverse order. Sorry, we're gonna do this wrong. Wait. Suhiri, is that a name or is that a Japanese onomatopoeia? Oh. Oh my god. I love her so much. Also, I love that she spells his name wrong, but this also lets us know how to pronounce it. Ralse. Oh, thank you, Matt. That's nice to know. Oh man, Aurorian, I talked a lot about things, and then I did the teacup puzzle, apparently at almost half health without realizing it, but I did it in like 10 tries. So not a lot, but you know, I don't think Susie would have seen his name, and so she hasn't made the immediate connection that his name is an anagram of Azrael. So Ralse, this is great. I am enjoying the game a lot. I am, if you haven't noticed, I'm the slowest player ever. I talk about a lot of things, some of which have to do with the game, some of which sort of have to do with the game, and some of which don't at all. I'm probably supposed to go return this empty disc to Scantron. I don't remember if it was him that wanted it, but Toby Fox reminded me that someone wanted it. No, I thought she had something about your brother, but I don't remember. I really want to cover this song. I'm going to cover this song in another medium, and I'm going to make them match, and I have no idea how I'm going to do it. You can be 100% positive that there will be electric guitar, and I will be singing along. Beyond that, I can't say. It's an incredible song. I was complaining about the lack of another medium song in this game, and then this happened. And fortunately, chat kept quiet. As I was like, literally there was silence, and I was like, where is my another medium? And then this song started, and I was like, okay. Which I still haven't covered, even though I love that one. I've done shockingly few covers from Undertale, all things considered. But I have my very first Deltarune song almost done. And we'll see if I throw something else together in time for my Halloween show next week, because that's how I roll. I want to do the game over screen in this game at some point. I do Von Diva. In fact, I lead a video game cover band called The Returners, and we have a medley of Undertale music that we do. But I also do solo music that you can find on my YouTube channel, and I'm beginning to put more of it up on Spotify, etc. So there should be a bunch of stuff, including things that YouTube has never heard before, that I submitted to Sounddrop, and they were like, please do not classify this as the wrong sort of music, and I was like, okay, fair. But there will be more music coming. So I'm also working on covering the entire Final Fantasy VI soundtrack as part of my Final Fantasy VI podfic that I'm turning my Final Fantasy VI fanfic into. I'm out of water, I'm sorry. I do flute choirs. In fact, my upcoming Deltarune thing is a flute choir cover. Not everything I do is just flute, because I also sing, but I do flutes Frederick here, by the way. Frederick is one of my musician friends. He does some of my favorite covers that I've ever heard, favorite arrangements. He's absolutely brilliant, and I've done a lot of I've joined his choirs and his orchestras for a lot of his arrangements. He does great stuff, so you should absolutely check out his music. Oh my god, Not a Skeleton, you represented us! I'm looking forward to going to that concert when it hits Toronto next year. I hope you enjoyed it. I just need to get a girlfriend I can dress up as Aerith in the red dress to go to that concert. I have until March to make this happen. Oh, piano, awesome. Okay, fine, everybody's saying hydrate. Okay. I'll go get my water. I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see what our sassy characters have to say about Susie defacing the encyclopedia. Wait, Not a Skeleton? Are you serious? Somebody... Wait, depending on where you are, there was... Okay, so I don't want to have you out your location if you aren't comfortable with that, but I do have several friends who actually went to a show in a particular state in the southern US that I have a lot of friends who live there, and some of them went to the show. So okay, I know a lot of folks in Orlando. Orlando is the second home of my band. Oh man. We will, when it's finally safe to do so, and when we're finally able to release album number 2, we do, we're gonna hopefully do, a little, CD release show mini tour of Texas, which is the state where my band is from. I live in Canada. This complicates things somewhat. But also, our secondary home is in Florida, so we're hoping to go out to Orlando and play a show. We actually played a show there shortly before the pandemic started, back in late 2019. My friend Kent from Ungaku Overdrive put on a Final Fantasy themed one, and since we are Final Fantasy themed, we did some Final Fantasy. Hi, Yamiel. Yes, that is a very important reminder. Was somebody using incorrect pronouns for Chris? Oh, posture check. Here we go. Yeah, I would say, of all the places in the world where you could wear a returner's shirt and have somebody recognize it, it would be Austin and Orlando. No, it is specified with Chris. Chris's family refers to them with they, them, and Chris's friends and people who have known them their entire life use they, them. So I feel like it is 100% specified. In the case of Frisk, I think it's a little more ambiguous, but I don't remember. But with Chris, explicitly, multiple people who have close personal relationships with them use they, them. So... Nope. Chris's lifelong childhood friends use they, them to refer to them. And Chris is their own character, that is correct. People talk about what they do. Okay, Dr. McCann, I thought so, but then somebody was talking about it having been a bit more ambiguous with Frisk, and my memory is not great, so I wasn't sure. But yeah, no, Chris... There is no reason to we have no reason to doubt that characters. How's this? We have no more reason to doubt they them being canonical pronouns for Chris than we have reason to doubt canonical she her pronouns for Susie or he him pronouns for Ralsei. There is no more ambiguity or uncertainty for Chris than for any of the others. And I suppose that's true. We don't necessarily know their identity, but we know their pronouns. I do want to say, actually, there is something to, if I know that we are sitting here on like funny joke and we want to see funny response. Thanks, Yumiel. But I do think that this is worth noting, though. And this is not in any way meant to be a criticism of or harm towards anyone who has made that assumption. But I think that it is really something worth considering. If characters in this game use they, them to refer to Chris, and we have no other use of other pronouns for Chris, nor any conflict, nor do we write around pronouns for Chris, but rather we see multiple characters using those pronouns to refer to Chris, why do we think that it's not confirmed? Like, where does that assumption come from? And why is that assumption that an assumption that we make about a character using they, them pronouns, but that we don't make about characters using other pronouns? And there's an answer here, and it's not in any way meant to be like, how dare you think that? Because it's not your fault if you make that assumption, because that is an assumption that like kind of society at large has. And that's something that I think is really important to think about and to question and challenge inside ourselves. It's a cultural thing. It's a social thing. It's what is normalized, such that I think a lot of people aren't fully comfortable with they, them automatically. And I think these are people who can still, so how's this, Arthur, we may not know what Chris's complicated gender identity is. We don't know if Chris considers themselves non-binary. We don't know if Chris considers themselves agender. They may even consider themselves to be a binary gender, but choose to use they, them pronouns for other personal reasons. It is true that we don't know that. There are a lot of possibilities there. And I think it is good to remember that not everybody has the same relationship with their pronouns. Like you'll have friends who you'll run into people who are non-binary or agender but choose to use binary gendered pronouns because for them maybe that's more comfortable, maybe that's easier, maybe they don't care and so they're just going with what is going to make it easier on other people. And yes, cisgender people can use different pronouns too if they want to. So you can't necessarily make a judgment about somebody's gender identity based on their pronouns. But what you can do is respect the pronouns that you're told to use and not question or challenge the validity of those pronouns. And so when we talk about Chris's gender identity, it's true that we don't know that because Chris hasn't told us. But to be fair, I'm not sure any other character in the game has expressly told us their gender identity either. So for all we know, Susie could identify as a non-binary woman, for example. Ralsei could consider himself agender, but like the feel of he, him pronouns. So it is worth asking ourselves, why do we make the assumption? And like there's an answer, because the majority of people you encounter who use she, her, or he, him pronouns, whether by default or having questioned this for themselves, identify with a binary gender identity that is most commonly associated with those pronouns. So there's a reason why you make that assumption, but I think it's important to be aware that it is an assumption that you're making, and that doesn't necessarily make it correct. So it's helpful to think about these things. And it's possible in a few years language will evolve some and we'll have different ways of speaking about this, and then we'll come back and look at this old stream and be like, but I think it is really something to talk about and think about, and I think Toby Fox has given us explicitly non-binary pronoun usage, because they, them is a non-binary pronoun, whether you are a non-binary person using that or not. when you use they, them to refer to somebody that you don't know their pronouns, what you're doing is you're choosing a pronoun that does not have binary gender inherently associated with it. So, I'm very glad for Toby Fox to have done this, and for Toby Fox to have included, for example, a diversity of relationship types. And I don't know if we're going to wind up seeing any canonical relationships at the end of this chapter. Like I've said, I don't think Susie's in any position to have a relationship with anyone right now. Well, thanks, Aurorian. I talked about a bunch of stuff that wasn't this earlier, but I think that this is important, yes. And so when somebody uses pronouns for Chris other than they, them, we will do our best, unless they're intentionally being mean or rude about it, to just like gently be like, Chris's pronouns, according to the game, are they, them. And it's really helpful and important to respect people's pronouns. And sometimes there may be people who are doing that intentionally to be jerks, but I think a lot of times it's coming from a place of ignorance or misunderstanding. Maybe there's some sort of a cultural block in the way. So we talk through it and we learn a little bit more. Yeah, like, I mean, I think you can, not always, but often tell if somebody is saying something not in good faith, in which case it's, I think, valid to not, I think it's valid to be like, you can say, I don't want to engage with somebody, whether they're having an argument or a conversation in good faith or bad faith. It's totally valid to be like, this conversation is not happening in good faith and I'm not taking part in it. I will not rise to this. I have better things to do with my time. But if somebody is trying to have a conversation or understand something in good faith, and you are in a position where you choose to engage with them, like, I think that that can be a very helpful thing to do, and I try to do that. And there have been times that I've misjudged and thought someone wasn't saying something in good faith and they were, and we were able to reach a point of understanding. And I'm sure there have been plenty of things that I've been, like, I try super hard to be aware of things. I try to be aware of, you know, gender identity issues. I try to be aware of like some of the cultural challenges that people face in different parts of the world. I try to be aware of the blind spots that growing up in the US has given me. And I think it's really important to try to learn these things. But I'm sure there'll be times that I make mistakes. So I hope that you will all understand that I am generally operating in good faith and I do genuinely want to do my best. Good night, hijinks. My goodness, 5 a.m. Get some sleep, friend. Thank you for joining us. And I'll put the rest of this up on YouTube, so thank you. Yeah, Fairy Puncher, it is hard, but also sometimes those people are coming from a place of trauma and pain that prevents them from having a more level-headed ability to judge what your intent is. It gets complicated, especially when we're doing things like this. It can be very hard, which is part of the value of having allies, for example, because they tend to be in less pain about a subject. So it's easier for them to step in and say, this person is having a conversation in good faith, and I got this one. You can sit this one out. They can tank, basically. Look, genetic scientist, I am what I am. And it actually was sort of prompted by this? I don't know. Man, it's so good. Anyway. Oh my god, Susie. Amazing. Okay. She is such a child and I love her for it. Oh. Actually, I don't remember if there's anyone past there that I want to talk to. Apple. Thanks, hijinks. Wait, hold on. This is Newbert, but with a wig. Chris doesn't have a smart alecky thing. Oh my god, I love these folks. I always get tripped up because aren't two of them he, him, and one of them they, them? I want to call them the boys. They feel like the boys. Like, I'm gonna go chill with the boys. But I don't, can I say that in a non-gendered way? Okay. I want to hang out with them and I want to call them the boys in a non-gendered ways. All right. Well, there's, okay, so calling them the boys, like, there's like something like, for me, it's like there's like a cuteness and a childishness and a coolness all wrapped up in calling them that. So, all right, no, Mobius, that would indicate to me that that would be okay to do. But I haven't checked, so. It's just that, like, there's like certain connotations that are very subtle. The bites. They're so cute, look at them. They don't have anything new to say. Little weird guy wanted us to sneak into the Queen's mansion. So that's rules card. It's blueprints. She looks like a mom intends to overheat. Oh my god, KK is the coolest of them. I want there to be like fan art of them hanging out with Candy for Halloween. Hold on to your antennas. Oh my god, they're so cute. I love them. I love that KK is short for cakes. Is the, oh my god, I love them, they're so cute. So the K_K, is that a face? Because I don't know, like I know like N is like the little like squishy eyes, and that the @ sign is like spiral eyes, but what is KK? Like as eyes, like is that a face like that? I don't know if it is, so I'm requesting. No, it's not. Okay, because I know that KK is short for cakes, but I wasn't sure if that was one I just hadn't seen, which you would think that I would know, having been a young, nerdy, anime appreciating kid on the internet in the early to mid 2000s when that sort of thing was normal. See, like those smileys that you're using right there, like the little like scrunched up eyes, the little like carrot eyes, like that was my default. I never used the sideways smileys, but I always used those. Always used those. That was what I did. Like, I want to see what these things turn into in the light world. But I don't actually care about weapons, because I don't actually fight. Oh, KK Slider is a musician, right? Oh my gosh. Yeah, but this one doesn't give you defense. Right? It doesn't show any defense. Oh my god, there's table flipping happening. I'm so glad that you folks are having some fun in chat. Also, Axel's Dancing Kirby is a classic. I suppose I could just buy one of everything, Kai. White Wolf Kai. Okay, the little sideways, like that little face, like that one I might use occasionally. Monsieur Flamingo, thank you for following. Anyone who is French, please forgive my accent. I actually did study French in school, but that does not mean I'm any good at speaking it. So. Oh my god, you should have seen me when I was playing Suikoden, which has like some like sort of pseudo-French names and things, and one of our regulars, Ellie, is French, and she was like, that's not so bad. I'm like, thanks Ellie, that's very polite of you. Yeah, Frederick, when I tell people that I'm a very slow streamer, this is what I mean. So if you come with me for the ride, like this is just how it goes. Oh my god, Noel girl, that's right, you're playing 3. I hope you enjoy it. I guess I could just buy everything. What else am I gonna do with my money? Donate it to someone else's money hole? Do I have one of these? Sorry, I'm distracted. I think I bought one of everything Spamton had. I'll have to go back to visit him. Alright, Gizmo, enjoy your lunch. These are some cool kids right here. Oh my god, does the first one have a hood on his... Like, is he wearing a hoodie? Appears to be. And also a baseball cap. I don't think I have these. Smell you later. Hey MVC! How's it going? Hi Jer! Accessories are vital. I could accessorize. So I told you guys I'm gonna be cosplaying as Zagreus for our Halloween show next week. So I got this very red scarf, which I'm going to be using not as a scarf, but as like the thing that goes like over his shoulder. But I'm wearing it as a scarf now because we talked about accessorizing. I'm a cool person. You can tell I'm a cool person because I got a scarf around my neck, like cool people do. I'm wearing a blue shirt. I have a red scarf. It's not quite the right shade. I'm sorry. I got sucked into the music. The game is going nowhere for the next million hours. Alright, I was checking to see what gear I have. I do have a mecha saber. Oh, it's the mecha. Oh, I do. So I did get these. It's a good thing I didn't buy them. Do you see? Do you see? Bad idea. I don't even know what that is. What did she say when I put it on? Well, if I have to. A chainsaw. I don't know that I trust her to have a chainsaw in combat, but I love that. His fluffiness is up with his dainty scarf. Oh, my first staticky. I don't know if I trust her with that is the thing. Charge it by plugging it into the wall. She doesn't want to give it up. Oh my god. I do wonder, actually, and don't confirm or deny, but I do wonder whether it makes her actually go on autopilot in combat. That would be hilarious. I mean, also really frustrating, but... Can I talk to you or do I have to fight you? I'm sorry, I'm talking. Oh, shoot. I don't want to have to fight any of you. I don't want combat. I don't want combat. Oh shoot. La 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 la. La la la. La la. Why am I going through here again? I don't know. No, characters refusing to take off clothing. I got distracted by the music. I wanted to see if there's anyone else I could talk to. That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. I guess we should go ahead and do this, folks. Well, she won't unequip stuff. You have to give her something else to convince her to change it. Well, I was thinking maybe there'd be people to talk to, but I think I already talked to all the people. So let's go do this. I love the abrupt change of the sound there. Yes. A trash bag that looks like an eggplant. I'm so glad that that is the case. It's gotta be a safe point around here. Hello, trash can. I want there to be a trash burger. There has not been a single trash burger. Oh. Have you always been there? Oh. I swear that there wasn't always pottery on this one. Amazing. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, but I want a trash burger. In this game, there's trash. I want a trash burger. But there's problems. There's a trash burger. Oh my god, amazing. Oh my god. Did she take the peanut butter? Man, Susie, same. Have I ever told you all how much I like peanut butter? You know, usually Susie and her need to eat things, I'm like, man, I don't get your taste in this girl. But like, peanut butter, man? Peanut butter. You can put it in sweet, you can put it in savory, you can eat it out of the jar with a spoon, you can put it on bread, you can put it on apple, you can put it on celery, you can put it with chocolate, you can have peanut sauce. I just really like peanut butter. Yes, you put peanut butter on apple slices. It's amazing. It's one of my favorite go-to snacks. When I'm like, man, food is hard. I cut chunks of cheddar cheese and I eat that as a meal with peanut butter on apple slices. And Mom has redeemed Hydrate. Yes, apple, a gala apple, which is sweet but crunchy. Oh my gosh. Okay, everybody is redeeming Hydrate. I'm glad to have found my peanut butter people. There was a cake a friend sent me that was a banana chocolate cake with peanut butter icing, and I was like, you know, I could make this. I don't usually follow recipes, but I might follow this recipe. Oh my god, everybody, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. No, you know what's good? Snickers ice cream. Oh my god. Lauren consumes too much water. Now there's no Lauren. There is only water. Oh my god, puns. That was harder than it looked. Oh my god, folks, no. Okay, so this is something you wouldn't see because you cannot see people redeeming channel points. If you are watching this only on the stream and not on the Twitch chat, if there's any way that I can get Twitch chat to show people redeeming channel points, please let me know. But what you're missing is everybody is redeeming hydrate over and over and over and over and over. The chat is, one could say, flooded with hydrate requests. Oh my god. Oh my god, folks. Folks. There is not enough water in my apartment to do that. Oh my goodness, folks. Oh my god. Oh, you better you better drink your water, folks. That's all I'm saying. Can I do, hold on. Can we do like a cool, like does it like make my eye like big? Because that's what cartoons have taught me will happen here. I can't see because my vision is so bad that I cannot see the screen very well from here. So you can just be like, yes, Lauren, you look very cool. I'm gonna get contacts again. So, oh, it got stretched. I'll take that. Oh my god. What did you just do to my emote, Axel? Oh my god. We're sending rain to Serious Inc. because there was too much hydration. Oh my gosh, folks. Ice cream with fries. Okay, well, if you go to Wendy's and you get a Frosty, which is a sort of a milkshake, but not quite. It's a common thing to dip your French fries in your Frosty. Well, thank you, Nico, for making sure that I stay hydrated. Hydration is very important, and it's something that we very easily forget to do. You know? And so a lot of times when you have a headache, you should ask yourself, have I had water anytime soon? Drink some water and see how you feel. If you're like super, super stressed out, super upset, things are really setting you off or whatever, try water. You may still be miserable, you may still be sad or angry or whatever, but you will be those things and not thirsty. And anyway, peanut butter. You want to have water or something to drink when you have peanut butter? Yeah, so I don't drink, so I've never been properly hungover, but I have experienced something that I think is similar to a hangover because I have woken up in the morning very dehydrated, and my eyes, you know, your eyes go all crusty, you feel off, and you're like, oh god. Yes. I already ate my banana on stream. Whatever, that was good timing. Look at all the shenanigans we're getting into this stream. The banana? The water? I don't know what other shenanigans we've gotten into, but we've gotten into some. Thank you all, by the way, once more. Thank you all for joining me for the madness of Lauren's adventures. I'm sorry I'm the slowest person in the world, but I think we're having fun. And if you're here, I figure you're sticking around. Were the teacups shenanigans? I suppose I did not realize that I had health. Like, that I was missing a substantial chunk of my health. So that was shenanigan-y. Slow run banana percentage. Yes, Coyote Dash. Oh my god, I'm gonna try not to die. Where are the birds coming from? Whose birds are these? Let's see if we can spare the mouse. I don't know what... God, she's so cute. Did we just create a new inside joke, folks? Did we create a new inside joke? Toby is like, no, Lauren. No. Toby is pretty good at blocking me from... He knows. He knows. He knows. He remembers. I mean, actually, he wasn't there. I'm not good with D-pads. I'm not good with sticks. No, Berry Puncher. Oh my god, I have to progress eventually. No, he remembers Metaton, Lauren, and Metaton. Alright. I'm gonna do this. It's okay, Chrono. Oh, man. Don't worry. Alright, chat. Again, reminder. If you are overcome with the need to shout spoilers or backseating, we have a containment room for you. I will not be looking at chat, but just in case. Because you have all taught me that you cannot be trusted. Alright, Spamton. I'm kind of afraid. Like, are these emoji? No. Yeah, who or what is Mike? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm preparing myself for the possibility of a jump scare or something equally bad happening. So far, so good. He's kind of clown-like, actually, now that I think about it. Just like Gerbil. Sorry, folks. I just need to have a padded controller. Funky little worm. We're not going to regret this. Certainly not. Somebody involved with whatever's happening with Spamton is being hurt. I have, like, the tiniest bits of half-baked theory ideas floating around. Like the fact that he's been trying to impersonate the butlers. There's, like, that he wanted the disc from, like, who was that? Is he trying to take on someone else's identity? Is he trying to retrieve his own identity? Does it have to do with identity? Because that is a question that Deltarune has had some interest in lately. When he looks straight at you and his nose is straight at you and like the way he's moving, like everything about this is really uncomfortable. Wow, that's cool looking. Look at that. Oh my god. I think I already bought everything he had in his... I think I already bought everything he had in his store. I think I did. I don't think I've used it. I bought everything. Okay. Yeah, the size difference here between transfer and do not is really funny. It's just, it's such a nice, like... By making a game that sets its own rules. My glasses got messed up. I'm gonna have to clean them. I'm gonna clean my glasses. I'm gonna keep talking though. So like, by setting the game the way he wants it to be, instead of having to follow the rules and expectations of other genres, he can do things like this because he's here like playing with his very own structure of how to have yes and no, how to have choices. And so this is like only Toby Fox game could do this sort of thing. There's maybe a little tiny bit of meta weirdness to the fact that this is being changed by Spamton. I mean, it might not be like, but this feels as though this is Spamton influencing the choice. And one can choose to read meta action into it or just be like, this is like representative of Spamton's personality. Who knows? Who knows? All right, my glasses are now clean. Did you hear like the tiniest bit of him talking? So that was a projection. Virtual, within the virtual world, even so. You hear the little bit of talk as though he's there, but he's not. That's interesting. Hold on, sorry. Okay. Oh my gosh. Like, it sounds like you start to hear his voice. I feel like we've heard this version of this song before. I'm trying to remember. Like, it's almost the same. I feel like I've heard that before. Okay, hold on. Loaded disc. You can feel it smiling in your hand. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Alright. Let's go do this. I'm probably gonna regret this. But I really want to know. Oh my god, the music in this game is so good. Okay, we're gonna go save our second save. Just in case we messed it up. La, 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 la. Butler juice. Oh my god. Just... anything? Okay. Alright. So I don't think anyone else's dialogue has updated. Oh my god. I'm sorry, it sounds like a Sakuraba composition. Okay, so I'm still not looking at chat. Just so you know, folks. Because you cannot be trusted. If you want to scream about spoilers normally, though, spoilers, backseating, all of that speculation, we have a quarantine room on our Discord, which you are welcome to go to. I have it muted, so I do not know what it says. So you can say whatever you want there, provided it's, like, decent. Otherwise, the mods might be like, excuse me. But when chat is overly excited with this game, I have learned not to trust chat. So I'm not looking at chat. So if you are a new person here, hello, welcome, thank you for joining. I am Lauren and I am the slowest streamer ever, but I have a lot of fun digging into things and talking about stuff and grooving to music. If you've been here a while, you know the drill. I'm not so much a gameplay player, usually, although I'm beginning to do better with more gaming goodness, skill, stuffs. Words. I do the words. But yeah, you are very welcome to join us. I'm really worried about the train. Because like, I feel like it's like is it Mega Man 3 Heatman stage? And you're like trying to like climb up the ladders. That's what it makes me think of, perhaps unreasonably. But like, you wouldn't just have train tracks for no reason, you know? So what's interesting, actually, I want to point this out. So when I first came here, the reason why I was concerned is look at the camera placement. Look at the camera placement. So you come up here and you walk up this way, and it looks like this is the entirety of the room. There's not a strong visual indicator that this room continues. It is only once you start walking that you see it opens up. Because you don't necessarily, I don't think that the rest of the game kind of has like fog of war type stuff like that, but that's kind of how this works. And it is really interesting because I don't think anywhere else in the game quite does that. Yeah, no, well, maybe, does it? No, oh no, I see what it is. I see what it is. Is it my, no? No, it is. It's just the black background on my monitor. Never mind, ignore me. Ignore me. All right. So, sometimes we read into things. Look, if I'm not going to read into things, I'm not being Lauren. All right, let's see. Does it change what it says here? No, it's smiling. I am concerned about Spamton. Like, what if Spamton, the like robot form that we see, is actually being possessed by something evil instead of there being another version of Spamton that is the good guy that Spamton has been harming? Either way, there do seem to be multiple entities involved. Like there's the like, I'm gonna make a deal, like smart guy salesman. There's what felt like a very like normal, like almost human voice, the one who was talking about being in pain, which I don't know that it would make sense for a Lightner to be trapped down here, but it could conceivably happen. And for that to have somehow bled over into Spamton, somehow. Like, did Spamton put someone in, like, the battery acid torture pool? Or is the true Spamton in the battery acid torture pool and somebody else is impersonating Spamton? Is there a third figure in here? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have a lot of pieces to go off of, but I want to make something of it anyway. So frustrating. It's so frustrating when you're like, I know there's things, I know there's things, I know there's things. Like, who broke this statue? Not the statue, this robot. Like, who is this robot? Is this robot the true Spamton? Was this Spamton? And he got downloaded or pulled out of his robot form. Like, I don't know, and I don't have any pieces. I still want to do it. All right, we're gonna find out. I can't, I'm sorry folks, I don't have a brilliant solution to figuring out what's happened, so we're gonna have to go through and have the game itself tell us what happened. A slot for a disc. Insert the loaded disc. No, it definitely feels like the heart is closer to the left. It's not perfectly centered. The heart is not perfectly centered. Like, I'm not good. No, it's maybe it may no maybe well maybe it's got something to do with like the placement of where the heart goes on the no, but it doesn't look like it's perfectly centered. I don't know if it's always like that, and I'm just not observant. But let's do it. Okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Broken down mechanism. I mean, it's an entity. Oh. Tapped it. Nothing happened. Shook it. Good. All right, Chris. Yes. I'm going to keep pressing buttons, but I don't have to press these buttons. Chris is doing it. Oh my God, Chris. Okay, hold on. Hold on. We're about to go too far. All right. Well, Chris and I are both mashing buttons here. Nothing is coming of it. Hold on. We're going to go off the screen. We're going to come back on the screen. Still nothing. Toby Fox, you think you're going to get me? You're going to get me. It's okay. He's going to get me. I know he's going to get me. Nothing interesting. I thought he might be gone. Chris is a little bit violent. Just slightly. A bit more violent than I would be. I would just mash the button a whole bunch. So the trains don't seem to be going anywhere. Something's going to happen though. The double eyes. Alright, this is Spamton. Isn't that the word that he used for cars? So he's a puppet on strings. Those aren't vines. They're wires being used as puppet strings. I'm trying to make sense of his design. Like he's got his wings, and I guess that's supposed to be armor. Oh, his head's getting bigger as he says this. What have you been doing? What have we done? What is this? This will surely not have consequences for anyone. Just a puppet? Whose puppet? Yeah, you do look rather literally like a puppet. He's doing like, hey. See past the dark. You want to get out of the dark world into the real world, don't you? What kind of virus are you? Oh! He's knocked Chris down. So what's so interesting about this scene is that it's like inherently comedic because everything that Spamton says is absurd and ridiculous, and so comes with this layer of comedy. The ridiculousness of the design, the like at this point we've been laughing about the Mimi style dialogue that Spamton has for like, you know, a while in this game. Maybe slightly fewer hours if you're a person who plays things faster than me. But even so, like, you like laugh with and laugh at Spamton, and then like when they drop the like the battery acid swimming pool on you, I guess it's a torture pool. like they make you feel kind of bad about laughing about it because clearly something horrifying is happening. Chaminag, thank you for following, friend. Thank you. But like, so like the balance of like the like kind of unsettling but obnoxious humor, and then the very unsettling like darkness, like, is a really interesting pair. And so this, like, we will stand so tall we can see over the dark into heaven, and he slammed you into the wall and you're like crouched down, which is like really like a cool, scary villain thing to do, except there's still that level of absurdity, but it doesn't make it funny, it makes it more unsettling. Oh, he's got an arm cannon. Cool. Great, good. I am not looking at chat, so I will not see this, but don't answer it anyway. Has anyone else referenced souls yet in this game? Because I don't feel like there's been a distinction. We know that humans bleed in a way that monsters don't. We know that because Chris put ketchup on their arms to mess with the monsters who don't know better, because they aren't built like humans, and Chris tells these ridiculous jokes about, well, that's how humans do things, because like none of the monsters know, and there are no other humans around. But the soul, which is so very central to what is happening in Undertale, I don't know if it's happened here. Is that a thing that Lightners have, or is that a thing that humans have? I'm trying to think. Because this isn't, I'm sorry, I know you probably want to see me push the button, but I'm not going to push the button yet. A lot of times optional bosses, because I assume this is the gerbil of this game, a lot of times optional bosses are like secret forms of regular bosses. And I guess maybe sometimes they actually put a different light on things that happen in the main story, and I just don't know about them because I don't do optional bosses. But like, for example, if you do optional bosses in Star Ocean, you just wind up playing the extra hard version, or you do like some nonsense boss that doesn't have anything to do with the actual story. The like optional bosses in like, I think the original Final Fantasy VII had them, and they were just like super hard, and I think that's usually what it is. I think it's usually just super hard. I don't think it's usually providing a lot of insight into the lore. I bet if the Dark Souls series has optional bosses, I bet that they have a lot of lore, but that's because Dark Souls is put together like a puzzle. And any number of pieces in that puzzle will give you a different experience, and that's the only way you can kind of know what's going on. But in the case of Undertale, for example, like, what you get is what you get, and you can do additional like story bits to get different story experiences. But like, I just assumed that part of why I never bothered fighting, because people are like, hey, do you want to do the extra hard fight? And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do the extra hard fight in Deltarune. Like, I didn't play the genocide run in Undertale because I didn't want story reasons, and I don't like challenge for challenge's sake. And I assumed that Gerbil was going to be challenge for challenge's sake. I'm having second thoughts on that, which I kind of started to, having actually encountered Gerbil this time around. But if you're trying to get my soul in the dark world, when the understanding between the dark world and the light world is strange, like if you die in the dark world, do you die in the light world too? How real is the dark world? This is the stuff we were talking about earlier with this being a portal fantasy, and what is the relationship between the portal world and the real world? And furthermore, I keep talking about the strange, unsettling wrongness of the real world, where it's not just the disconnect between the versions of the characters that we know from Undertale and the way they are in this game, where like things feel largely worse, strangely, in this. But there's something that feels off about the world. And there's the way, for example, that the church is in the real world. So there's like these pieces that don't quite line up right, like something is wrong. And Gerbil said that he was a very big deal. Gerbil said that he was a big, ancient, all-powerful force, and Sham had said stuff to kind of back that up some. So are we going to have one of those things where like the previous generation of children came into the dark world to try to defeat the evil of the dark world, but they emerged into the light world and accidentally brought some of the evil of the dark world into the light world? Like, I don't know. And even if we have something that's kind of a tropey thing like that, Toby Fox will do something new and interesting with it because he's Toby Fox and that's what he does. But either way, I don't recall, and I'll have to go thinking through, I don't recall the soul coming up in the light world. I don't think anyone in the light world has talked about souls. And nobody in the light world has talked about magic either. Like, I don't think we've had any of that. This is significant. I don't think this is just a funny joke boss. And I don't think this is just an optional challenge run boss. I think there's something else going on here with Spamton and Gerbil. And I do kind of wonder whether Spamton and Gerbil are connected. Has anyone... The Queen hasn't talked about souls. I don't think the King talked about souls. I don't know if Ralsei has. He knows more about anything than anyone else. Do I have to go back and look at the legend again? I might. Anyway, he wants a soul so he can emerge from the dark world into the light world. 'Cause you gotta have a human soul to cross that barrier. That's how it worked in Undertale. Was there a previous generation of a human that went with them? With whichever generation of children went into the dark world before? I don't think we've heard any mention of any other humans, but I'm really curious. Like, we don't know where Chris came from or anything about them. They're treated as though they are genuinely a member of their family, that is their adoptive family. Well, no. You don't have to have the presence of a human to come in, because Birdly and Noelle came in by themselves without a human around. Do the monsters have souls too in this game? Is Lightners have souls and it's not exclusive to Chris being human? I don't know. I don't have the information for any of this, but I want it to go on record that I'm thinking through it, so perhaps future Lauren, who has more information, can travel back through time and take this information that I have hopefully started distilling into some sort of usable form, and she can use it to do something. Thoughts? You want my soul, which I think is my little red heart. Because Spamton said come alone because only... No, Spamton said go alone because only Chris has the thing that he needs and he doesn't want to have to take on multiple people for exactly this reason, because the power of friendship will save the day. Yeah, the way that they're reacting and the way that Chris is still crouching, like it's clear that Chris has been actually seriously hurt. Even though you said to leave you there, we chose not to. We chose to take action regardless of what you or the players said, because we are independent figures. We are people able to make decisions for ourselves and take actions without your commands, despite, perhaps one might say, your commands. You have friends. 3-for-1 special. Oh God. In the train. This isn't a train. This is the bumper cars. that we already saw bumper cars earlier in the game, and I want them to make those into slippers. Toby Fox has said that Fangamer is not to make any merch of any Lightners. Anyone from the light side. Nobody from the light world gets any merch made. Perhaps the merch is the light world version of the dark world characters. Except instead of a playing card, you can have a plushie of Lancer. I wonder if you squeeze him, if he makes sound. He should totally make a sound when you squeeze him. I'll have to get him and find out. Anyway, that'd be a really neat way of going meta. That's something that Toby Fox would do. Oh my god, I really want somebody to do something. Okay, I won't go into details because of spoilers, but right before I got to the final section of Final Fantasy VII Remake, I had this big long idea of what I thought somebody could do that would be really interesting playing with player expectations. And making the storytelling, making the meta experience of the player, which could be predicted by the people making the game, part of the narrative of the game. Toby Fox actually could do that with our expectations based on Undertale. And unlike the Final Fantasy VII team, Toby Fox is exactly the kind of person who would do that. He's going to do something like that by the end of Deltarune. I don't know what, but I would not be surprised. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Because he is kind of already playing with our expectations of Undertale characters. But I think he's going to take it a step further meta-wise. We'll see. Yep. Spamton's face. Look at those typos. Oh my god, anonymous gift sub to FluteBot. Thank you, anonymous FluteBot appreciates your support. So, I have to say, battery acid is really not good for you. Neither is lye, L-Y-E. Is lye technically an acid? I don't remember exactly, but it's not good. Oh, he totally is a virus. He's a virus. There's my heart. That's what he's after. Oh my god, that was cool. Oh, it's like, excuse me, Lauren. Excuse me, Lauren. You have to actually press a button. Is this going to be a 2D space shooter? Yes! Oh my god, this is such a cool tutorial mechanic. Oh my god. That sounds kind of almost like something from Earthbound. Spamton. I could killed you. Oh my god. I'm looking forward to seeing the internet continue to speak like Spamton until the next chapter comes out. And the Queen. Heaven. Who or what does he think heaven is? Like, is it the light world or is it something else beyond the light world? Are we gonna go like a full like meta narrative? Are we gonna go full never-ending story, and are they gonna come and talk to us? The childlike empress using Atreyu's story to capture Bastion's attention and using Bastion's attention to capture our attention. Wouldn't be unprecedented. Wouldn't be uncalled for. Wouldn't be the first time Toby Fox pulled the player into the experience like that. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. So people complained because Star Ocean 3 kind of pulled a little bit of a like fantasy reality reverse Portal fantasy thing, and people didn't like it, and I didn't dislike it as much as everyone else because I was like, look, I have a weakness for this sort of thing because the never-ending stories arguably my favorite story of all time. So Toby Fox wants to go that route. I got no complaints. Am I like, are we heaven? Is heaven like the real world? Because I'm watching. I'm not just watching, I'm participating. Special deal. Orchestral hits. This is his Big Shot theme. The way that the orchestral hits makes me think of the Mortal Kombat theme. I think it's the Mortal Kombat theme. That's an Earthbound sound font. It's a lot of mess. What is that melody? It's hiding. There's so much noise you can barely hear the music through it. That's the Big Shot theme with an Earthbound sound font. And then there's a saxophone. I swear to God that he's got more saxophone in this game, probably because he liked Carlos's covers. Okay, that was Undertale. Like, it's deeply uncomfortable to listen to, but it's clearly supposed to be. Like, it's such an incredible mess. But there's like these little bits and pieces. It's like the musical equivalent of like what is going wrong with the digital world. It's like it's glitching. It's got artifacts. Which, like, I mean, Spamton has been like this all along. But like, it's just like, it's not even a piece of music. It's like that melody. What is that melody? And then it fades out before you can identify it. This song is kind of like losing your mind, and you hear these little tiny bits and pieces. And then it goes back into Big Shot, which, like, we know Big Shot, because Big Shot is mostly a song with artifacts in it. In this case, and that was like a bit of Mad Dummy. And this isn't, but it's really catchy. Like, and then that, yeah. It's, there's a song experience that I haven't listened to because that's not the sort of thing I want to put myself through, that is supposed to replicate what it feels like to have dementia and start losing your mind and your memories. And this isn't quite that, but it's going for that. that's how it's supposed to be, which is why like when people are asking like if this is supposed to be something that plays on our understanding, if this game requires, or not necessarily requires, if this game expects us to have played Undertale to experience it fully, those little bits and pieces of Undertale songs that don't show up in Deltarune, it's just enough to feel familiar and then make you feel a little crazy. But it depends on you knowing the Undertale soundtrack. Otherwise, a lot of that would be wasted on you. And it's so cool. Like, something is horribly wrong here. Something is so wrong here. So wrong. And the music tells you it's wrong. Like, that's brilliant. It's so... It's just such a hot mess, but it's supposed to be. It's deeply unsettling. It's full of artifacts from places that shouldn't even exist in this timeline. It's like almost impossible to hear the melody over the sound a lot of times. It's overwhelming. It's like an assault on the senses. Like, one of the things that's so effective about making stories through games rather than through other media is like you can have the interactivity, which is a big part of it. But it's not just the interactivity, it's the particular way in which multimedia can be used. Like, there's bits of Mad Dummy in there, yeah. And so this tells you some of the story, it tells you some of the character. It tells you what's happening, it tells you things that I don't even, I don't even know exactly what's going on in the story with this yet. But I have bits and pieces of it that the song is telling me. Oh man! Spamton Neo. Isn't that a ton, Neo? And like the little voices, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Like, what is going on? How is this game connected to Undertale? How is this game connected to the real world? What is the ultimate villain? What was the knight? You know, why does Ralsei look like Azrael when Azrael is the character who's responsible for a lot of things going wrong in Undertale? You know? Because the big bad is not... Like, the king and the queen are pawns. And I think that maybe actually the actual force underneath it is actually to do with the the optional bosses, which is crazy for me because left to my own devices, I wouldn't go for them. And in the case of Undertale, you get more lore if you're willing to be a completionist and do the really hard stuff. But you're also kind of in a way not supposed to. And in this game, there's like some of like, what is that, hopes and fears or something, or hopes and dreams, something in the background there. Was something from towards the end of Undertale. But yeah, like, so in this case, in order to fully understand what's going on, you have to go and do their completionist hard optional stuff. But you're supposed to do that. Because if you don't... Alright. We're gonna mini golf off into the sun, folks. If you don't actually root out the underlying evil, the cycle will perpetuate. So we're gonna have to fight all of these final optional bosses in order to truly take out the ultimate evil, so that it doesn't just keep whatever is happening that is wrong happening. I have no idea, folks. I've got literally no ground to stand on. That's why I'm saying we're mini golfing into the sun. I don't know. But if that winds up actually having any connection to anything by the time we get to the end of Chapter 7, you heard it here first. Alright. I'm gonna check you, Snap. Ultimate heal. Supercharge. just in case. See, you don't find a better deal. Smooth taste of Neo. Wake up and taste the pain. Oh, good. I do. We saw things in that font color. Oh! If we break his wires. Oh, we break wires with some of the other enemies. My heads. Oh, you can go through the entire set of them. Okay. This is going to be hard. I don't know if I'm going to be able to manage this. Schmoes and Daves into Rose and Graves. It's a good line and deeply unsettling. I did okay. I did okay. Turns. Zay turns to the audience and laughs. It's almost like there's something going on with the meta there. I don't know for sure that there is. I might be completely making stuff up that has nothing to do with anything, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, Lauren, where did that even come from?" But I'm rolling with it. What am I charging? Well, let's find out. Okay. Oh. No, I don't want to be part. I do not want to give you my soul to turn you into the ultimate monster, to unleash you into the light world and destroy everything. No, thank you. Again, I don't know if that's it at all. Okay, that's what you're supposed to do. Festive jig. Slight, like, hints of Mettaton dancing to the audience, ratings, and so on. You're gonna heal yourself, I'll say. Okay. Okay, A is the bottom button. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Okay, that was really hard. Some. Okay, I've got literally nothing, folks. And it's got a good rhythm. I think that it's the Mortal Kombat theme it's making me think of. Alright. Yeah, you're gonna snap, and you're going to... Yes. You're gonna have to defend, because we need you to get us some... It's gonna take a while. It's very unsettling. Oh my god! Whoo! There is no audience. Interesting. I'm sorry, I'm sure it's kind of a little bit insufferable the way that I just, like, start making stuff up. I'm sorry. I think I might have to use healing items. Oh my god, I'm sorry, but this is a WarioWare thing. Oh jeez, okay. That was totally WarioWare. I'm sorry, that was WarioWare. Amazing, okay. Not yet. Yes. It pulls the strings and makes them ring. Because they're telephone. Okay. Wait, wait! It's that theme from Toho. Toby Fox. I don't even play Toho. It totally is. There's no way it's not. That one. You know that one. I don't even remember what it's called. I swear it's a Toho theme. Maybe I'm wrong, but I swear to God it is, and like a ton of people have covered it, and that's the reason why I know it. And they've like paired it with a bunch of characters. I swear that's from Toho. And I think it's pronounced Toho. And Toby Fox is clearly a fan of those games. So I'm gonna say yes. I think so anyway. You guys would probably know better than I do, so I'm sure some of you know Toho. We're gonna defend just so we can have a chance of healing. Hope I don't regret that. Oh jeez, he's hard! Oh my god! It's easier to defend back here. Okay. Smells like rotten glass. Glass doesn't even rot, huh? I'm sorry, but because it's got these different pieces that are similar to things. Oh my god. Like there's something else that's from the end of... Oh my god. I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh man, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to do this fight. I'm doing less bad on it than I thought I would. So there's that. Unless, like, Ultimate Heal is actually good in boss fights. Oh my god, what if it is? Either one of those is a thing that I could see Toby Fox doing. Making it always terrible, or making it, like, only effective in the hardest fights. If we get desperate enough. Sure, we'll do that. Okay. It's good to know. I know, we'll learn 50 bullets for free. Cool. He's using friendship pellets. Stop taking the furniture out of his room. I thought we determined there was Smith. I'm not letting you touch the soul. Aha! Okay, so this one's really hard. Okay, so you can't hit them when they're... Oh, darn it! I think you got it. I think you got it. Because that one, you noticed that one was dark blue. It was dark blue because I hit it last time. Okay. The air crackles with freedom, huh? Yeah, you know, that's totally it. Whatever. You can't tell me it's not that song. It's totally that song. I'm gonna give Chris the Chris tea. Maybe? This is nice to have. I probably should have bought more healing items. I suppose I will buy more healing items if I lose this fight, which I probably will. If you're not going to use your healing items in the super secret ultimate boss fight, I actually don't know if this is the ultimate version of him or what. Oh my god, why are you doing this to me? Toby Fox! With freedom. You need to defend. So we can have a heal point. Yes, you do. I'm going to take a gamble here. And you're going to heal Chris and hope for the best. Living a bit dangerously here. No. I don't know what you're gonna do, friend. Oh, those are eggs! Oh, he tells you what fight you're gonna... Okay, so that's actually better than timing it. Oh my god, Susie's gonna die. Okay, but fortunately I can heal her, so I'm going to snap, and you're gonna sweet freeze as he takes a ride around town. Alright, yes. And you are going to hope for the best. Okay. Oh man. Oh no, it's the bombs! Oh no, it's the bombs like Mettaton! It's the Mettaton bombs! Do you remember how badly I did with Mettaton and the bombs? Because I do. Almost halfway. So there's that. I have to use a healing item. I have no choice here. It's not gonna give me very much though. I need to defend. This is not gonna work so well. Jeez, no! Oh my god. Okay, that's not good. That's not good, that's not good, that's not good, that's not good. I don't think that that's going to bring them back with much health. I may regret this, but I'm doing this. Oh, shoot, okay. Well, that's fine, we're good. See, the nose is out? Oh, jeez. Oh, no, I'm gonna die, but I'm learning how this fight is. No! Okay, no, it's fine, it's fine. It's gonna be alright. Somebody's gonna die this round, though, if I'm not careful. Okay. Please do not kill Ralsei. You're gonna kill Ralsei, aren't you? This is like my worst idea. Oh, jeez. Yep. I need to focus less on hitting him and more on not being hit by him. Ironically, that's the exact opposite of what usually happens when I play Hades, where I'm really not the most reliable at hitting, but I'm pretty good at not being hit. Alright. What am I gonna do? Hurts party member, nice. Yeah, I'm almost out of healing items. almost got half a mind to see what happens. Oh my god. Oh no, he's gonna die. Jeez, no! I was doing so well! Oh. Oh my god, it's like little tiny, almost bits and pieces of various songs from the Undertale soundtrack. Oh my god. Now that I know how that works. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh no, 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 oh my god, they're getting faster, they're going faster. Stage lights are shattered. Alright. I'm just gonna have to keep doing this. Just gonna have to keep doing this. Nope, wrong button. I gotta do it. I know I have to bring Susie back. I'm sorry, Susie. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez. Oh, if you don't kill them fast enough. They're the ones that spit out those. Okay. Clown. Oh, they're both purple though. There's that. That did something. Oh, Susie will eventually come back. Actually, that's good to know. Actually, I think I might sit that out then. I think this is what we're going to do, folks. We're going to very slowly and methodically go through and do this. Sorry. I imagine it's probably not the thrillingest thing to watch. Okay, I'm gonna try. Oh, no, you gotta actually try to dodge, Lauren. You gotta try to dodge. No! Oh, geez, if you don't hit him back. Oh, no. Somebody's gonna die here. I don't have any healing items, so I'm just gonna have to keep going through here. I'm sorry, folks. They're all so cool looking. I think I need all say to stay alive. Hold on, folks. Hold on, folks. Okay. No. Oh, God. This is gonna be it, folks. I'm sorry. Jeez. Thank you, folks. I feel like I did a really good job. Did I get... I think I got over 50%. I don't know exactly what percent I did get. Thanks, Lydian. Yeah, it does feel a lot like the Mettaton type fight. Like, maybe that's a robot thing in Undertale universe. Almost 75%? Are you serious? No, I mean, I know it was over 50. 60%. 60% sounds... Thank you. Oh my god, thank you, folks. Thanks, Charwolf. I really, really like the game over theme, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, well, so like now I know, and so I can do the full party attack against him. Thank you, Slinkbot. Thanks. I don't usually think of myself as being particularly good at video games, but this is good. Yumiel, well, thank you. I do have ADHD, so I understand that. A mechanic I forgot about, kind of, I don't know. There were a lot of moving parts, and I think I'm at the point where I've kind of hit my limit as far as mechanics go. The first try where you gather data, yeah, I feel like I did really well for gathering data. Like, I feel like it was not... How's this? When I fought Gerbil, I was like, there's not even any point in me doing this fight again. There's no way I would ever be able to win. I could win this. I think it's a lot easier. But I think I could do it. I don't know if it's easier, if it's just similar. Or if it's just similar to like something that I'm better at playing, I don't know. Oh, thank you, Aurarian. Yeah, yeah, everyone being able to act does make a big, big difference. That is huge. That makes it so much easier to strategize. And one thing that I can do is I can hold on. I can hang on longer than one would normally expect from somebody with my outgoing skill. Yeah, this fight feels significantly more manageable, partly because, like, I don't know, I can chip away at him while trying to heal the rest of my party, and that's really helpful. Oh, well, I am the opposite of rushing through. I am, like, the slowest person. Which, if you see our save point data, you will see between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 of this playthrough just how many hours I've put into this game. A lot of it is talking about things that aren't related to this game as directly, but a lot of it is actually talking about stuff that is triggered by things that happen in this game. 10 tries to beat Gerbil. I'm sorry he's Gerbil to me. He's always going to be Gerbil. He is very much bullet hell, and I just don't do bullet hell very well. I thought that I might have gotten better, and I think that if I went to try to do Undertale, I actually think I would have an easier time not getting hit in Undertale than I did when I played it last time. Because the bullet hell sections in Undertale are much easier, whereas in this game, especially in Chapter 2, even more so than in Chapter 1, Toby Fox is actually letting himself truly indulge his bullet hell, his love of the bullet hell. What is the name of that song from Toho? While I've got you on the line, folks. You know the one. I'm not wrong. It's from Toho, right? The Bad Apple. That's it. That's it. There's like 50 bazillion versions of it. Isn't that Toho? Right? It's not Toho? What is it from? What is it then? Because whatever it is... Oh, it isn't? Okay, well that's what it sounds like to me. Because there's like a whole ton of little bits and pieces. Oh no, Avalon, you lost your power too. Okay. Okay, like I said, I've never played a Toho. As you can probably tell, bullet hells are not really my thing. Undertale was playable because it's baby's first bullet hell, sort of. Gerbil is much more of a bullet hell. Okay. Huh, that's interesting, Aurorian. I swear to God, I hear that melody in the Spamton fight in the background for a little while. There's a ton of other stuff mixed in there, but I think that that's there for a little while. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure that if you choose to play the harder version of Undertale, I'm sure that you have a different experience with it gameplay-wise. And I'm under the impression that the boss fights in that run of Undertale are much harder and much more bullet helly, but you don't need to do that to beat the game. And I feel like in this game, the bullet hellness is much more front and center, and he can kind of get away with it because he's balancing it out with more traditional RPG mechanics than Undertale had, by giving you a party of characters to both distribute the damage and also let you have other like actions you can take during the fight, and especially the fact that you can have basically a regenerating healing changes things a lot, and that it's a really interesting way of doing difficulty balancing. That he's like, okay, I'm going to make the gameplay harder, but I'm going to make the experience of combat more forgiving. So I guess it's both harder and more forgiving. So in order to actually not get hit, you have to have a lot more skill. But it's okay. It's more okay if you get hit. That's fair, Matt. I'm trying to figure out if I want to give this one more try or shut down for the night. Because it's 5 o'clock almost, which is when these weekend streams are supposed to end. Isn't it a great song, Busy Hands? I want to cover it. It matches the song that my totally top secret Deltarune cover that I will be, I guess, unveiling at the Halloween show and then putting up on YouTube whenever. Action Economy. That sounds like something that a person who actually knows game design would say to describe it. I'm just going to use about 50 words to describe it, and if you know the concept, you can use the right one. Well, so if I do it again, I want to go and get some more healing items because I think I can stock up a little more in my inventory. How do you folks feel about that? Will you give me one more shot? See, it's funny. Shot. Oh man. Dark Souls, I've only played through Dark Souls 1, but I did manage to beat it, even though I started playing it as a joke. Wait, folks? Good night, Intrusive. Thanks for joining. I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure that I'm going to be able to beat it this way anyway, because I think I am going to have to reload. Watch for spoilers? Oh, so in order to go shopping, I'm going to have to load. Let's see, item. I have not put the disc in. At least I have the loaded disc. So can I not go shopping? I'm good to go shopping? Okay, I just get the music. Okay. Amazing. All right. We're gonna do that then. Well, I'm glad to know that I was correct about the tracks. All right. Oh my god, if you put in Star Walker instead of the loaded disc, that would be amazing. Near Star Walker. Yeah, this is the most recent version of the game, so they must have patched it. Alright, I'm gonna take a very quick bathroom break. I'm gonna leave you on this music because it's really good. I will BRB. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then we're gonna go shopping, and then we're gonna give it one more go. Alright, here we go. I'm back. Hello. Alright, so we're gonna go shopping. Having that shortcut right there makes that so much nicer. Toby Fox knows what he's doing with game design. Man, it is a good thing that I'm getting close to wrapping up because I'm low on my voice. Where do I go shopping? Cyberfield. All right. Where are they? Are they up here? Yes. Oh. The game just froze. Fortunately, I just saved. Well. Let's see if it opens again, actually. That may be a sign. Where even is Deltarune on here? Deltarune XE is not responding. Close the problem. I have been going for 5 hours, that's true. Alright, let's try this again. No promises it's going to work, but we're gonna try. Deltarune. Deltarune, open file location. Cross your fingers. Oh my god, it's not running. Oh my god, it's not running. I'm gonna have to redo this. Oh my god. Fortunately, I suppose I can just make sure that my data is saved. Deltarune? Oh my god. Oh my god. Were we sitting on that same screen? Maybe you shouldn't sit on the basement. Yes, that is the laptop fear. That is a laptop fan you hear. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so for anyone who doesn't know, I have had multiple things such as Windows registry keys getting corrupted and laptops having to be have Windows reinstalled and overwriting saves. We had things crashing like this, and then we had the entire half of downtown of Toronto lose power for 2 or 3 hours yesterday. So apparently Toby Fox does not want me to beat the game or even the optional boss. However, I am going to take my saves and I'm going to put them in a special spot, and I will duplicate them from app data to where they're supposed to be, and then hopefully all will be okay. Oh man. Yes, Toby Fox personally cut power to downtown Toronto for just long enough yesterday to keep me from playing. I mean, I suppose this does mean we did actually mostly hit our 5-hour limit. I just thought we were going to be able to fight Spamton again. I was really looking forward to it too. I was like, I can do it. In fact, I just tweeted about it. So folks are going to come here and be like, what happened? And I'm going to be like, Deltarune crashed. I'm sorry, by the way, if you came here from Twitter and are like, why is the game not going? It is because of technical difficulties that I did not predict, but perhaps I should have, in light of the extensive technical difficulties we've had. I'm sorry, folks. I guess we're going to have the fight fresh. Yes, go rest, Matt. Thank you so much for joining. Fairy Puncher, the game crashed. I didn't finish the first, I didn't finish it, but I made it 60 or 70% through the fight. So folks, just to give you a refresher before you go, let me remind you of what's coming up, please. Before you go. First of all, if this is your first time here and you like the way I do things and you want to take your time and dig into stories and talk about feelings and games and the world and characters and human nature and all sorts of fun stuff like that, please follow me here or subscribe on YouTube. So I am going to be starting Horizon Zero Dawn Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern starting this week. So if that sounds like a good time for you, you should come. I'm really excited about it. The music, from what I've heard, is fantastic, and all of my friends are super into the game and gay for Aloy, and so I'm really looking forward to that. And then on Wednesday, we will do my last ever, or at least my last for now, live stream of Final Fantasy XIV, because we're going to be going non-live, non-stream for a while after that. Thursday, we're going to continue Hades. If you want to see somebody who really digs into like the story bits and pieces of Hades. And I'm apparently not terrible at the game either, which is fun. All right, I will drink the water. So Thursday is Hades. Next Saturday, we will be resuming this game starting at noon Eastern. And we'll go shopping and pick up with this fight. And I guess it'll take a couple more weeks. And Sunday at noon Eastern, I will be having a video game concert, a Halloween concert, video game music played by me and my friends. There will be a lot of different kinds of music, from a 20-minute long doom metal medley of music from Silent Hill, to like somebody playing like classical and video game music on a theremin. There will be singers. If you like the other games, there will be some music for you. If you like Undertale, there will be music for you. Deltarune, there may be music for you. Lots of Final Fantasy. There'll be like others, like, you know, guitars, singing, things like that. So please, if you like what you see, like, follow me here. You're welcome to join us on the Discord. If you want to join the crew of cool folks who are able to talk about spoilers in a space where I don't see it, if you follow the link to the Discord, ask for stream spoiler access, and we'll give it to you. It's a fun Discord. Come and be friendly with us if you want to. I promise we won't bite. We aren't mean. And yeah. And if you want to be able to see, did I hit the right thing? No, I did. I hit the wrong one. Hold on. Discord. This one's Discord. Sorry. And then if you follow me on social media, you can follow what I'm doing on YouTube. Is where if you want to listen to the music that I've made, it is there. It's also if you want to catch up on the archive of things that I've streamed, including this game. And then I post photos of my cat on Twitter sometimes too. So thank you all so much. It's been absolutely lovely to spend time with you. I appreciate you sticking with me despite my extensive technical difficulties and how incredibly long. And here I was thinking I might be able to beat this in like 1 or 2 settings. Oops. Shows what I know. Thank you all so much for joining. It was wonderful to see you. I appreciate you. And we'll catch you around maybe next week. Bye.